A storm is brewing.
Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 mate! You
can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen!
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
It is Thursday morning, and that means it is time for an SCC doubleheader. Two amazing matches coming your way today, and I have the honor of commentating the first one alongside the one and only international master, Levi Rosman. Levi, good morning to you. It's early. What better way to start than with a nice, juicy little SCC match?
Yeah, the only alternative would be probably a CGC match. But if we're just going to throw a bunch of acronyms around, this is probably second best. It's great to be here with you once again. I did have my coffee. You have not. And for the sake of the commentators, I hope we get as much crazy excitement as we get in matches like Sarin versus Giri. But obviously, the players' nervous systems will definitely not hold up if that's going to be the case.
Well, I popped open some iced tea. It said it had caffeine in it. Then I realized it's only 15 milligrams. That ain't going to cut it. So the chess better be interesting. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start with the main question. What is at stake? What is the prize pool? Well, the prize pool is an even 100 G's. In every match, the winner earns 2,000 American dollars, and then 2,000 more is split based on win percentage, which means even if the match outcome is decided, there is still plenty of money to go around based on how many games you win. And of course, the winner advances to the quarterfinals. But we'll get to that. Let's take a look at the bracket and see who thus far has advanced to the round of 8. Levi, it's really a feast for the eyes. Top right, you have Carlsen Caruana. That's going to be quite an interesting matchup coming up. What catches your eye as we review the bracket in the SCC thus far?
I didn't even realize that they're that close to each other and will play so quickly. That's amazing. Just a casual World Chess Championship rematch. The only time that Magnus never actually managed to win a game in a classical portion of the World Championship. A lot of things catch my eye. I mean, it's been incredibly close. Aronian and Draken. We had Nihal Giri, 2 matchups decided by the final game, and we can only hope for more excitement today. But I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get as much excitement today because it's a fascinating storyline between these two players. So, and a history as well. So I don't know.
It really is. It really is. There's nothing more interesting than a fresh matchup, and that's what we have for you today. Something fresh, something relatively new. Wesley So takes on Norbek Abdusattorov in the first of our SCC doubleheader. Now, they have played before. And the fascinating wrinkle is that they've actually played in the SCC 2 years ago when Wesley So defeated Norbek convincingly. But since then, Norbek has put together an unbelievable resume. He's won a minor tournament called the World Rapid Championship. He's done pretty decently in the Fischer Random World Championship. Levi, I think it's safe to say we're talking about a slightly different Norbek this time around.
We are. My only concern when I think about Norbek showing up to this event is, will it be the story of Gukesh all over again? Young, promising chess player who really has made a massive push in Rapid, Blitz, and Classical, but over the board. And that's actually, I mean, in many ways, being a better player over the board than online is something very commendable. It means your nervous system is good, your poker face is good, a lot of the things you need to succeed in chess are good. But does that translate to a high-stakes online chess event? I don't know. And we just saw Wesley So win the CGC, so he knows a thing or two about online high-stakes chess events. I'm not sure what's going to happen today, right? And he's the only guy that's ever beaten Norbek in the SCC. but Nodjebek's only played one ever match. So
Wesley just has that way of putting players to shame and just destroying them. And Wesley certainly has been putting in hours and hours of practice on Chess.com. So it's a big question, which we will explore. Before we jump into the match, let's discuss some logistics, starting with the format. The SCC is a 16-player knockout. Some of the players have already been knocked out. Players score points across 3 different time controls until the 3-hour ticker runs out. And in the event of a match tie, there are 4 games of 1+1. And if that's tied, we have an Armageddon. We've already had a tiebreak. We had one yesterday. And we have not yet had an Armageddon, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. The SCC just has a way of being a gift that keeps on giving. The time control itself involves 90 minutes of 5+1, followed by an hour of 3+1. And the match concludes with 30 minutes of bullet. And we have seen time and time again, Levy, a lot of these matches really do come down to the bullet. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's, just 30 minutes. And we saw that yesterday. How excited were you to see Anish Giri erasing a 3-point lead against none other than Nihal Sarin?
That was incredible. I was running errands all day, and I booted up the SCC match, and I was just watching the bullet for the last 30, 40 minutes. It was so tense. And every game is on a knife's edge, and there's never a comfortable moment in the bullet either. You're like, oh, White is winning. Oh, White is losing. It's just literally your good positions last 2 seconds, and then it's all over. But is Nodjebek the guy that you think will stage a comeback? I don't know. In many ways, advantages fall, I think, into Wesley So's lap in this matchup. Wouldn't you say, if he's down going into the bullet, probably going to bet on Wesley to make a comeback, right? Because he's just that guy. He's just that guy. The nervous system is there. The online playing experience is there. Or will Nodjebek just shut us up and just show up and be like, nope, my skill translates to online as well? I'm not sure.
I think he's that guy, but more importantly, Smarter Chess thinks Wesley is that guy. Smarter Chess is predicting that a comeback will be unnecessary. He's assigning Wesley a 2-point lead after 5+1, a very convincing victory in the 3+1, and he believes that Wesley will cap it off with an 18.5, 9.5 match victory. That is incredibly bold. I think the win probability, 88%. That's really, really generous, Levy. I've been a lot more likely to agree with Smarter Chess this time around because, hey, I learned my lessons. But this seems real bold. I think Nodjebek might have a couple things to say about this prediction.
Were you doing the commentary on the match Carlsen-Gukesh?
Yes, I was.
Was the Smarter Chess even more vicious there?
It was even more vicious and even more accurate.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how accurate it's this time, but
I mean, 88-12 that's violent. That is the second largest lopsided margin that we've had thus far, I believe. I mean, I don't know what the Carlsen one was. I just remember tuning into that match and going, oh my God. But again, that could happen, but something tells me it won't. I don't know. It's just, I have a premonition. All right. I just don't think that we're going to see such a lopsided scoreline. But that is basically their previous scoreline. It was 18-10. So this time you just take away half a point from Nodjebek and give it to Wesley.
Give it to Wesley, and it's anything is possible. I think this match is a big, just black box. I could see this going many different ways. The community also giving Wesley the edge. But I think it's important to point out that we shouldn't necessarily lump Nodjebek and Gukesh in the same category. Nodjebek is a lot more of a practiced online player. He doesn't play as much on Chess.com as Wesley So, but he's put in the hours online. He's no stranger to online events. So, Levy, I think just conceptually, Nodjebek is going to feel more at ease as this match gets underway than Gukesh was. And by the way, 79% of you predicted Wesley So to win. Great to see thousands upon thousands filling out your brackets.
Yeah, and for another big chess event in a row, I make a note to fill out a bracket and then forget. I mean, it's just beyond reprehensible behavior by myself, and I'm very frustrated. I actually really wanted to fill out a bracket. Behind closed doors in the Chess.com Global Championship, staff rooms, we were debating who were the favorites to win this event. We were ranking from 1 to 16 who are the favorites, and then I'm an idiot, and I never actually managed to fill out my bracket. Obviously, in this matchup, I do give the nod to Wesley. Do I give it to the extent of doubling the score of Nodjebek? I don't know. But, going back, and I know we're about to get the games underway, but going back to that, that point about bullet, 1-1, 1+1 is such a weird format. It's so strange because it's like a long blitz game, but you start with a minute on the clock. And yesterday we saw a niche who might not traditionally be the guy that you think about as like an excellent bullet player, just destroying Nihal, who like is a top 5 1-0 player in the world probably, right? So anything can happen. And maybe today Nodjibek will be the guy who just shocks the world with a little 1+1 domination. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to figure out flaws in Wesley's game. But insofar as you can get Wesley to feel uncomfortable, he's not the biggest fan of time scrambles. Still, in between matches at the CGC, Wesley was playing for hours on Chess.com. I had the pleasure of facing him in a couple of matches, and I have to say he's gotten not just a lot faster, but a lot more accurate in time scrambles. Wesley is now good with the mouse. He no longer has obvious flaws in his blitz and bullet game, and that, honestly, to me, just makes him such a scary opponent. The fact that he really doesn't have holes in his classical game, and now he's eliminated most of his holes in the context of blitz and bullet as well. So he is just the ultimate nightmare SCC opponent.
Ah, yeah, your opponent just has absolutely zero flaws. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, he's good when there's a lot of time on the clock. He's good when there's no time on the clock. He's good when there's a lot of pieces or no pieces.
Exactly.
He's just good. He's just really good. It's true. I mean, I think Wesley's probably a top 3 lock, maybe top 4, like pre-event, right? You talk Magnus, Hikaru, Wesley, Nihal. That's probably the top 4 to win the event. I don't know if it's in that order or in what order. Probably depends on how they wake up and what they had for breakfast on the day of the finals.
Exactly.
But I'm very curious to see how this develops. I mean, this match is going to be super close, I think.
It is, and we are ready to start the games. I think Wesley So, as the higher seed, will have the white pieces in game 1. We remind you that we will start with 90 whole minutes of 5+1 action. You can see the players on camera there. Wesley So, Noderbeck with a pensive expression on his face, just a beautiful background. I could admire Noderbeck's background for years. But okay, we are off to the races. The gong has sounded. Yes, that was sarcasm. And surprise, surprise, Levy, in Italian in game 1 by Wesley.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of E4, E5s. Definitely in the blitz portion. I don't know, once this match gets crazy, I'm not sure. Okay, H6, A5. This is definitely a system. And castles by black. Now, Nodjibek going to give us a little bit of that G5 attacking stuff, or is that a little too spicy for game 1?
Yeah, too spicy for game 1. I think he's going to play more conservatively. There's that bishop E6 move we all know and love. Bishop B5, very common response. And white was actually threatening to snap up a piece with D4 and D5. That's why you need to get this bishop off of C5.
Yeah, there's a Spanish line, right, where black plays Queen B8, Queen A7, or something like that, but not here. But that's also an idea. Looks very dumb, but it's not, I promise, because they play it.
They do. I mean, Hikaru, I think, was kind of the originator of this whole A5 shenanigans. I've also seen the knight dropping back to A7. Here it makes probably less sense just because of bishop A4. And I never know, when I've got the white side of these types of positions, like when to play D4, whether to play knight G3 or bishop E3. There's just a lot of buttons that you can press. And if you press these buttons in the wrong order, you can be worse with either color here.
Yeah, you really could be. There's a game I analyzed recently in this exact variation. I think it was the Eric Geisen Nihal game. Mm-hmm. And yeah, there was this knight A7 idea. It was from their Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz. And it was a wild game. But we're not seeing that now. We're seeing something totally different.
D4.
Yeah, D4, bishop drops back to D3. Visually, I really like white's position. But sadly, that's not how chess is played. You still have to make moves. Is black going for... Black's not going exactly for knight H5, knight F4, is he? Well, Wesley's reaching back. I don't know if someone's bothering Wesley over there or what's going on, but...
Maybe it's his cat.
That's true. But our cat's a bother. You think Wesley's cat is a bother?
And do cats talk to you at face level? I don't think so. That was kind of a half-baked proposal. But it's early in the morning. And Noderbeck, in the meantime, he is taking the first sort of long think of the game. I agree. I think Wesley's already slightly better. When white plays D4 in this position, positions the bishop on D3, that's the most that white can normally squeeze out of this type of position. And Noterbeck follows the Levy-Rosman approach. Knight h5 on the board, trying to whip up some kingside activity with knight h4, knight hf4, and queen f6.
Wesley just immediately plays bishop c2. I was trying to make all sorts of things work by moving my f3 knight because the knight on h5 is loose. But, well, Wesley played that move in less than a second, so I'm not even going to go back and analyze. You know, it's one of those things. The guy plays a move, you're like, all right, he's right, I'm wrong. Not going to analyze anything.
Certain people that definitely applies to. Knight takes e5 is still not a threat. I think the reason why was that black can play de5 and then ed4. But we're past that. That ship has sailed. Wesley continuing to blitz out his moves. Is Noterbeck going to position his queen on f6? Yes, he does. I'd be scared to have this with white, but Wesley, I'm sure, has probably analyzed this as far back as like 2013.
Yeah, bishop e3. I was going to say, keep the center stable. And is the f3 knight going to h2? Is that, we want some knight h2, knight g4 stuff? Or is there some bishop takes h3 and, oh no, there isn't, but.
Yeah, you got to watch for that. Knight g2, bishop h3, but given the current assembly of black's pieces, I don't think there are any tactics. I actually think Noterbeck might be preparing a d5 strike in the event that the knight moves away.
Should I play d5 here with white? With the idea of bishop e3, f e3?
Oh, that's worth showing. Let's bring up our first analysis board of the day. d5, perfect opportunity for that. Bang, bang. And you've got both of the minors saying, black can sack on h3 or whatever, but obviously you don't get enough compensation here. So that means after d5, black would have had to move the bishop and allowed the destruction of his pawn structure. The bishop takes b6. But Wesley waited for you to say that and decided to put his knight on f5 instead.
Right, because in that line, I think the black knight on f4 is just way too strong. And both guys got their knives. Knife f4, knife f5.
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. He gives up h3 with check. The eval bar is like, have you woken up yet, Wesley?
Can you just... Okay, obviously you can take and just go back to g5. But can you take and go back to f4? Can you take and not even move the knight?
Yeah, and go like d5 there. Now, I think Wesley's idea shines through. After knight h3, king g2, knight g5. Actually, let's just bring up another analysis board as Noterbeck contemplates his next move. I think here white's idea works like a charm. Takes, and queen g4 levy, and the pawn on g5 can't really be defended. Yeah, queen h5 is probably even better.
Yeah, I was thinking like just go checkmate. Yeah, queen h5. Right.
But look at what Noterbeck has done. He hasn't even touched the h3 pawn. Instead, he's got knight f4 to d5. The eval bar is having a party right now.
Can you go? So, what was the best line after? Was it knight h3 and what? Was it back to
f4? It was d5. It was knight h3, king g2, and then d5, just blasting down in the center. And white's position collapses here because if you take the knight after d takes c4, you lose the knight on f5 with interest. No, this is a disaster for white.
That was such a expert bluff by Wesley. Oh my god,
total bluff. Oh my goodness. And instead, he's desperado sacked on h6, recovered the knight on d5, and now his knight's heading for g4, and he's right as rain.
Wow. That was spectacular. I mean, he played it with such confidence.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like in shock. That's very interesting that the knight can go to h3 and just die, but in the time it takes white's king to take the knight, king escapes beyond the walls of the castle. And it's very dangerous stuff. It's crazy. Even this position looks completely horrible for white, just so passive, but it's not. It's like very good. The black knight on g6 can't do much, and the pawn on h6 and the weak black king are kind of an issue.
And I know it's still very, very early in the match. I mean, this is literally game one. The score is 0-0. But these types of opportunities have to be exploited. And the last thing Noterbeck wants is to get off to, an 0-3, 0-4 start, because Wesley is just not known to relinquish those types of leads. So a big miss right there in game one for Noterbeck. If he had seen d5, he would have won that game. That position was just a total disaster for white.
It's also funny, if that was a bullet game, he would have taken on h3 in a second.
No question.
Like, it's just so different. It's like game one, 5+1, you're like, oh, my opponent's not going to blunder knight h3 and some tactic. But in bullet, you're like, what? He hung a pawn.
Yeah, give me that.
You don't have any time to think twice about it. Noterbeck down to down to seconds here. This is a very common mistake to make, and I've made it myself. 5+1 and 3+1 are just such odd formats. You're like, I always get a second. I don't have to. I'm never gonna flag. Doesn't feel good to leave yourself with 10 seconds against 2 minutes. Just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, neither does your king side. Knight coming to g4, queen coming to h5. At this point, white's position basically plays itself. I would start with queen h5, using the fact that bishop takes d4 doesn't work. Takes, and bishop takes g6, and your minor pieces collapse in the end. Ugh.
Yeah, the only thing you have to decide here with white is like, are you okay winning a pawn but going to an endgame that could be drawable, or do you want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible? Because black only has 15 seconds.
At this point, I think you try to keep the queens on the board. Maybe you just throw in rook a to d1, just in case, to protect the d4 pawn. No, 7 seconds. How is Noterbeck hoping to hold this together? He tries to get his knight around to f5. His only target is that d4 pawn, but you know, you can't exactly build your career over attacking that pawn. Wesley, though, taking the slow roll approach.
Wesley, though, and also Wesley so, bishop f5.
Knight g4.
Yes, just knight g4, and God, it's a dreadful situation.
If you have to give up this bishop, then just look at those light squares on the king side and the dark squares.
Black's bishop on b6 was just a spectator. He just sort of stood around, didn't ever get a chance to play.
Whoa. Wesley taking on f5. I thought knight g4 was just game.
He's trying to be simple about it. And I don't know how simple you can be here. Yeah. There's got to be a win.
There's got to be a win. Looks like bishop g5 ends the game. And then drop your queen back to make space for the knight.
Yikes.
Queen h5 is just literal 1-0 on the spot.
Yeah, knight h6 is unstoppable.
There it is.
And that's... Oh.
Bishop h6. Bang. Wow.
Yeah, and Neugerbrecht has that look like, well, let's forget that game ever happened. This is this is a tough moment. Like when you lose or you win the first game, and we have another e4, e5. This time a Spanish. Wesley gonna go for a Berlin, and now we see 4d3 anti-Berlin. Gonna have a lot of this in this match.
We're gonna have Italian alternating with Ruy Lopez, kind of like the Wesley Hikaru match from the CGC. But if you had looked at that game just via a bunch of diagrams, you would have been forgiven for thinking that it was a super smooth effort by Wesley, just kind of a vintage classic Wesley game. But if you look more carefully, there was that crazy moment when Noterbeck was flat out winning if he had grabbed the pawn on h3. So that's both a good thing and the bad thing, right? Maybe Wesley isn't in as good of tactical form as he normally is. But on the other hand, maybe ignorance is bliss. Maybe it's better for Noterbeck not to know what kind of a chance he had in game one.
And if there was coaching allowed, like they do in basketball, where the coach can yell out a play and you go, oh, all right, I got it. Or exploit this defense. You know, if your coach could be like, by the way, he blundered horribly with G3, you'd be like, oh, I had a chance. I wonder if Noterbeck is just sitting there like, I just got obliterated. I never had any chance in that game. Obviously, these players have different emotional kind of balance, imbalance. So he might just be like, all right, I'm going to try my best with white now. But just knowing that your opponent totally messed that up for a move is a big plus to self-confidence moving forward. He's got to strike back quickly. You can't let it get away. Like you said, Wesley's not going to relinquish a 3-point lead.
For sure. And I like the way Noterbeck is approaching this game. Very aggressive. G2, G4 is on the board. Is he playing too aggressively? Well, the eval bar certainly thinks so. And Wesley says, get off me. He goes G6 again. This time there's no pawn on H6 to capture. And Noterbeck has to bring his knight back. But Levy, a lot of holes on the king side that you're creating with that move G4. Ugh. Knight E6.
I mean, when you go, wow, I would have never in a million years played A5. And the craziest thing is the eval stayed the same, which means that it was one of the best moves. That's so ridiculous. Like
A5 and B5. He's playing on the king side. Well, he's playing on the queen side. He's also kind of playing on the king side. He's opening up the bishop. Of course, I can't draw that arrow, but you get the point.
Guys like playing G4, King H1, looking to checkmate you. You're like, yeah, A5, B5.
Exactly. And that's a very hard move to face because if white trades, oh my God, that is not how the pawn moves. If white trades, then he rectifies black's queenside pawn structure. If you don't trade, well, then what do? Do you play B3 and allow black to isolate your A pawn? I wish I could do that. Just push a bunch of queenside pawns and suddenly you're losing.
Well, not you don't push the pawns and are losing. Your opponent.
Your
is losing.
opponent is losing. Yeah.
Yes. I can push a bunch of pawns and be losing. It's really not so complicated. Yeah. Wow. I mean, so will Nodjibek ever actually play Rook G1 or H4? Did he just play G4 and he's like, "Yep, this is my life now. I just have a pawn on G4."
Yeah,
you really wish. I have a question for you. If you offered Nodjibek, like you said, hey, you can bribe Wesley with a sum of money to put the pawn back on G2 or G3, like what do you think his ceiling is? How much money? What's the risk reward?
I mean, I think he would give money in order to bring his pawn back to G3. Although I guess that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the ceiling? $2,000? Like, if Wesley's
maybe
like
the SCC
$5,000
prize, $2 grand, because that's what you get for winning an SCC match. That's what he would accept for bringing the pawn back to G3. But right now, Wesley is kind of combining two different operations at once. He's playing against the weak kingside squares, so he might put a knight on F4, and he has this idea of going bishop D7 and queen E8, which I think ultimately is the reason why he initiated, that entire queenside operation. But on the other hand, you've got the corresponding weakness on A5 and the corresponding idea of white going queen E1. So interesting play here on both sides of the board for both players.
Yes, it is. Ooh. Knight D4 looks super nice. Yep, that knight is anchored in by two pawns and a queen. And in many ways, like sometimes you run a position like this through a computer for white, and the computer doesn't know your history. So it doesn't know that you played King H1, Rook G1, G4. It doesn't know that you lost the first game of a match. It's just like, you should not attack here. It's very bad if you attack. Just don't attack. Maybe you'll draw this game, right? And as a human, it's very difficult to do that. If you've already played King H1, Rook G1, G4, like, you can't go back. You've waited 3 hours in line for the roller coaster. You might as well just go now, right? Exactly. Like, so you just go G5 or something like that, and that might backfire. So I don't know. Will Nodjibek actually successfully implement any sort of action, or will the game be decided on the queen side, taking the pawns?
It's increasingly looking like that. Knight C4 does, obviously create the threat of bishop takes A5. Now, Wesley can do a bunch of different things. I like a move like bishop E6, essentially saying, go take my pawn. Clearly Nodjibek isn't in the mood to take Wesley's pawn sacrifices, but maybe you just play in the center, bishop E6 and queen D7, and try to overextend white on the queen side. If you are intent on defending A5, you can play the move C6 and maybe even rook F to A7 if necessary later on. Wesley, he's learned his lesson from the previous game. He's like, I'm not giving anything away anymore.
C6 rook A7 is such a ridiculous idea. Oh my goodness.
Only in Wesley's games. Knight takes D4. Wow, committal move, allowing black to rectify his pawn structure with CD.
Yeah, CD. If ED, there was some F4 ideas. There might still be F4 ideas. Queen E1. Wow, no. Just going for the pawn.
We might see rook FA7.
That's absurd.
I kind of said it jokingly, honestly, and now I realize it's a totally legitimate move. We might see it, and we do.
Yeah, that's why he's the third-ranked player in the event and the CGC champion. And I'm looking at this like, I would have just chucked the pawn. Like, it's just, you can't actually hold on to the pawn. It's like he's playing tug of war, like in first, second grade. He's like, no, that's mine. You can't have it. I'm not sharing. And there's F4. The plan looks clear as day for white. No.
Yeah, but the problem is that your foundations are very kind of squeaky here. Black is now threatening another bad arrow. Bishop takes C4, forcing the knight back away to D2. And Wesley's just got a lot of real estate on the queen side that he can occupy. And he's already occupying it. Rook B7. You've got ideas like C5, C4. And black is just so fundamentally sound on the king side, Levy, that the moment white plays G5, he might stand to lose in the event that the center opens up. G5 can be met with F5. Look at those light squares. I don't like the way this is going for Nodjibek, actually.
Yeah, exactly right. I had mentioned this. Once you commit to G4, you can't play an endgame, because in all endgames, black has sort of just survived there with his light squared bishop. And you're right. That diagonal to the king is brutal. The white king in the corner is not safe.
No.
He's just not safe. Any pawn you push forward, G or E, immediately weakens light squares, just as you said.
I would go H3.
Yeah, seriously, it's time to play defense. And King H2, and now the king's actually kind of safe.
And then maybe cluster up further by doubling rooks on the g-file. Although let's not forget that a4 pawn is in the crosshairs of the black queen. So that might come back to white to bite him.
You know who's going to take it? Wesley.
Wesley's absolutely going to take it. Wesley's the kind of guy to go rook b4, and he does. And he says, "Give me that a pawn."
Oh my god, it's gone.
He's just brutal.
He can't defend it.
Oh, and you're weakening the long diagonal. I mean, this is already desperation here from Noterbeck. I don't dislike e5. I think this is what he's got to try. And Wesley just bishop g7.
Yeah, he just defends everything.
He defends
like
everything.
A brick wall.
And after bishop d5, there is going to be hell to pay on the light squares.
Hey, yeah, at least now the white king can go to h2, right? At least when it was on h1, it was really miserable. But Wesley's going to take on a4. He's going to come back with his queen, and he's going to push his a-pawn. And that is how he's going to win this game.
And f5, another excellent move. The moment white positions his rook on e1, he shuts down the e-file. He shuts down the king side. And you're absolutely right. After the a-pawn disappears, black just closes his eyes and pushes his own a-pawn. So Noterbeck has to create something on the king side. But what? He's trying.
By the way, black can just play like, I'm thinking some h6 or even just bishop e6 back and bishop d5. Like just he took on f5 and just go back. What's the problem?
Mm-hmm. Bishop e6 is a great move.
I was going to say, if there's one man on earth to take on f5 with the bishop and then just go back and go just whoop, whoop, just take an extra step, it's Wesley. I'm holding my pen. Like this is how it's like very instructional. You know, Wesley just like
exactly. Yeah. He said the bishop back to e6, and you know, yeah, it's like when I had access to the clicker in school. Like the clicker that would make the red, arrow, and everybody loved it.
Oh my gosh, yeah. See, this is the stuff that the grandmasters who get homeschooled miss out on. All right, we actually went to school. All right, well, I'm not a grandmaster, but you went to school. Yeah, we got to remember those days we had a substitute teacher. We had the TV wheeled into the room.
The TV and the movie. Those were the good days. That was the small pleasures in life. It would just make your day. Now I need like Netflix and popcorn and bed and 7 different pleasures or an SCC match. That'll do it for me.
Wesley just needs the pawn on h3. He has picked up his pawn. And
e6 though? Rook b1 check. That would have won the pawn in the end. Noterbeck. Okay, but now the queen comes back to e6, and here comes the rook to b1. I think Wesley's taking this one.
Yeah, Noterbeck had to be faster there with the counterplay, right? It seemed like he had to play e6, just kind of go for it, because now...
Yeah, Wesley doesn't even have to hurry. Just go g5, start pushing your kingside majority.
Yep. No way he plays rook b4, right? Like, can you just play rook b4?
He clearly hasn't had his breakfast today.
No way he's just going to play rook b4 and take his pawn. Wesley's the type of guy. Like, Wesley's wave... Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
He's so naughty. Like, he just... Like, how does he do this? He just goes back.
Hey, queen, defend. Like, you do all the defending. And the queen says, okay, no problem. Now the rook comes back. You can come back to b6, to b8. You just took the pawn and went back. And now he's going to win after rook f8.
You just, oh my God, you just went rook b4. Yeah, that's game over.
Rook f1. Noterbeck free moving rook f1. He thought Wesley was going to go rook f1 check.
Wow. Wesley went rook b4, rook a4, rook b4, rook b8, rook f8, rook f2, checkmate. That's what happened.
Unbelievable. It's already 2-0. And that, to me, was a far more dominant display than game one. That was such a smooth game. The way he exploited Noterbeck's move g4, like the way he just squeezed through on the king side and combined it with play on the queen side, we take that stuff for granted. But Wesley's one of the only people in the world who can do that with such regularity.
That was an amazing game. That was a perfect display of his skill set. Just so good. Understanding what move to make at the right moment, when to get greedy, when to take a step back. Just amazing. Amazing stuff there. Noterbeck has to get on the scoreboard like now. I mean, anytime's a good time to get on the scoreboard in the SCC, but right now would be really nice.
Even a draw, I think a solid draw would go a very long way toward improving his confidence, making him realize that, hey, I don't have to lose every game in this match against Wesley, and they are repeating the same line from game one. Wesley's like, okay, fine, I won the first game.
Not quite, because the bishop's on a7, right?
It was on b6.
Yeah, which I hate to be that guy and be like, well, it's one. No, because I think all of the ideas are different, right? Like now C6 B5 is some idea. Like I don't know.
Yeah, as
What is
commentators are supposed to say, there are pluses and minuses.
Yes. Oh, knight H7. Okay, so the knight takes a different route this time. Other time it went knight H5, knight F4. This time he plays knight H7, knight G5. These openings are so absurd. There's so many different ideas and move orders.
Yeah, it's just crazy how complicated it is conceptually. And the idea of knight G5 is twofold. In the event of the trade, that pawn on G5 is a very strong attacker. It can move into G4. It also anchors in the knight on F4. But the second idea is that you're loosening up White's control over the D4 pawn. So in the event of the knight trade, Black will be threatening E takes D4 and Bishop takes D4. Don't forget about that bishop hiding over there in the corner.
I know, it was on B6. Now it's even further away, which makes it much harder to see, obviously, even though it's technically on the same diagonal. Board is big.
Soon it's going to be next to Noterbeck's camera. Like, it's just going to move even further back.
It's going to just glitch off the map. Hey, listen, Chess.com social media team loves memeing around during these events. So that bishop should just glitch off the map. Like, the shooting stars meme? Down, 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 down. Just have it teleport. All right, bishop is going to go further and further off the board. But unfortunately, they code chessboards to have borders. So, like, if you actually tried to get the bishop off, it wouldn't work.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know why they have to.
So lame.
Put in the laws of physics or gravity onto a chessboard, but that knight has come back, by the way. It's back to G5.
It is. And now decision time for Wesley, because you could just leave the knight on F3, but he decides to take. And what's his follow-up?
What?
Bishop E2. Very positional. He wants, I think, Bishop G4, playing for the light squares again. Actually, very impressive idea.
What? Wow. Bishop E2. I would have not played that move. So I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't
Bishop
like.
D3,
Why didn't he go knight
E2?
G3? Like knight G3, knight F5. Wow.
I guess knight G3, knight F4. And what he was saying is that the bishop on D3 had kind of overstayed its welcome. Now he's also making it more difficult for Black to push F5, for Black to do anything productive on the king side. I actually really like this idea, and maybe I'm under the spell.
I mean, when I say I wouldn't have played it, it doesn't mean because I had a better idea. I'm just showing my own limitations as a human. And I guess there's also G3 now that gets enabled, like King H2 and then G3 in some positions, and you can at least kick out.
Hey, Wesley hasn't been stopped from playing G3. Just because the H3 pawn is hanging doesn't mean he's not going to play G3. He's going to take a page out of game one. Knight H2 instead. So we have this weird kind of cat and mouse game. Who flinches first? With regards to the bishops, Wesley says, okay, take my bishop so I can activate my knight.
Is there like G3 now? Is that insane? G3?
It's not.
Knight
Knight H3, King G2.
Oh, I was thinking take Queen H5, but then D4 hangs in some lines, I guess. And then I was thinking checkmate on the H file, but I don't know.
I guess I had greedier intentions. I think Wesley's calculating just that right now. G3, knight takes H3, King G2. Line doesn't end there. There's Queen H6. But I think you can snap that knight off the board. Bishop takes E6 and Queen G4. I can show that line. G3. I think we're going to see G3. King G2. Queen H6 trying to defend the knight. But now Bishop takes E6 and the bishop is replaced by the queen. Wait, here there's knight F4 check.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. I guess knight G4 and rook H1 is the way to do it.
Yeah.
This wins the game.
Wow, the queen has to go to like H7. Oh my god. Ew.
Queen
E4?
But okay, maybe Queen F3, very patient move, and then rook H1. Okay, I guess not. The eval bar is laughing at me, but when is it not laughing at me?
But can't White also start with D5? Like, can Wesley... Wait, but that didn't happen. What?
D5.
Wait, we have some moves.
We have some moves, yeah. Queen to D2, so he went the other way.
He did not play G3 at all.
He did not play G3. I think he's going to go for your idea and push D5.
Well,
and just walk up the center.
Says more about him than me, man. I'm just I did like G3. I don't know why he didn't go for it. It looked very natural, but he's also up 2-0, so he can do what he wants.
Yeah, it looked natural. It looked concrete. I think he's looking for like the perfect opportunity to play G3. The problem is now it's harder to get that move in because after knight takes H3, Black can solidify the knight with G4.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I like White's position here. I think he's slightly better.
I'm so perplexed because just to me, it was so natural to keep the white queen on d1 and fighting for the light squares. But I guess like on d2, I just don't understand the role of the queen. Seems like this is Wesley's idea. Just take a huge amount of space.
It's fascinating how Levy in at least 2 of these first 3 games, he's using both sides of the board. I think that's one of the most impressive skills at the top level, how seamlessly they're able to transition from playing on the king side. Something I struggle with. Like when I'm playing on one side of the board, my eyes are fixated to that side. But Wesley just throws in a couple casual queen side moves and then goes back to the king side.
Yeah,
there he goes.
but wow. And he does just completely give up that pawn. He's not worried about the anchor of g4. He thinks he'll get rid of it.
He will with queen e2. You were going to say something, though?
I was going to say that Black Knight has to run. And you know, like, in many ways, Black is sort of frozen right now. His rook on a7, I mean, bad. His rook on e8, not bad, but just doesn't have the same impact on the game. What about even, like, f3? I mean, is that too risky? Yeah, queen e2, I guess. Completely fine.
I think Wesley's just too attracted to this idea of playing queen takes g4. And in the event of an endgame, again, White's the only one who holds all of the cards. In fact, White doesn't just have the idea of going c5 eventually, many moons later, but also the idea of doubling down on the h file. Rook h1, rook h5, and you can get checkmated easily if you're the black king.
Yes, and this is a pivotal moment in this game for Nodjerbek. If he wants to salvage half a point, he has to not get down too low. He has to, yeah, I was going to say he has to not get low on time, and he's trending in that direction right now.
He is, because he sees the possibility of queen takes g4. He sees how bad the endgame is. And of course, Wesley could also play knight takes g4, but how can you resist the temptation to pin the knight like this?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to. a4 is a double-edged sword, man, because it's a restricting move, but that pawn very easily could just perish. Rook e3, rook a3 in some endgames.
Rook e3 is a great. Rook e3 is a great move. That's a Wesley move right there. Good call.
And yeah, now the question is which way he's gonna go. It's just a good improvement.
Well, okay, it's very risky, very risky. Rook c1. Rook c1. I don't know about this whole operation by Nodjerbek. He's trying to create queenside counterplay, catching White sleeping, while his rook is still passive, but it might be a little bit too slow.
Yeah, but he's trying to catch White sleeping, but all 4 of his important pieces are sleeping. Like
exactly.
His knight can't. Like none of his pieces can move. I don't know how he's c5. Like nah, too much. I wouldn't even sacrifice. I don't know. Wesley is not going to play c5. He just plays rook c1.
So Nodjerbek wants to take and go rook b7 and quickly pile up on this b2 pawn. Is that strategy going to be successful? That's the question.
Can White just play like b4?
Definitely, or rook e2.
Yeah, of course. He brought the rook out to e3, but now he just brings it back to e2.
Okay, so rook a b7. And does he want rook c to c2, or does he have something more violent in mind?
I think he has to play that, right? Because
I'm a little bit worried about the look of rook b4 in that position. I'm also worried about Nodjerbek's clock. This is a complicated position. He's got 30 seconds left.
Oh, rook c2, rook b4, yeah. f3 maybe.
I mean, you could also take on a4. And at the end of the line, you have a nasty back rank check on a8, and then you can follow it up with queen h4 check. But then queen h6.
It's not over.
And after queen h6, suddenly White's got all these weaknesses in the center he's got to deal with.
Oh, I'm getting nervous. 20 seconds for Nodjerbek and about 40 for Wesley. Wesley got to decide what he's doing here. Is he going to put the foot on the gas or relax? Rook b2.
I think he's going to go takes and knight f3. Just try to get as many pieces off the board as possible. I think knight f3 is an important resource here, actually.
I think you kind of have to do it. I don't know what else you could play.
And he plays it. Oh, Wesley's just so accurate in these positions. Okay.
There's like rook a8, queen h3, queen h3, queen f5, dude.
There is a draw. Now, if I'm Wesley, I'm playing for a win. I'm playing queen takes f3 and trying to keep my chances alive. But I think Wesley's saying, hey, I'm up 2 points. I don't need to take any unnecessary risk. I'm going to go for the draw.
He's got a sense of humor. I predicted the Wesley sequence. He's not
did.
taking the knight because the knight's not going anywhere.
Beautiful draw.
Yeah, queen f5. But he might play this for a win. He might take on f3 and just try to keep going, but I doubt it.
because of rook b4 there. I think that's the specific reason he's got to go for the draw. Now, you could trade queens here, but I think he's going to give Noterbeck a pass. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Wow.
And Noterbeck is on the board.
I gotta tell you, I feel like a proud kid, you know, who like got a couple hits at his baseball game when I predict the sequence that Wesley plays.
Hey, that was impressive. Queen h3. Those retreating moves are not easy to spot. But I like the psychology and the decision making for Wesley. Up 2 points. He's not somebody who just takes risks, you know, randomly.
No, he's not. He realized that the position was sharp enough. And this time, I don't believe that we are going to be seeing any g4 action.
Here he goes again with his a5 move.
White could have played g4, no g4, makes no difference. Okay, now this time
Wesley,
we have a5, a4.
Is he still going to go b5? That's not out of the question entirely.
No, he doesn't, because I guess it's too loose. It made sense when White was... Oh, okay.
Here he goes again.
I mean...
Okay. I don't see him going g4, though. I mean, the dark scores are too weak. I think he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, but you don't play king h1 without some indication of... I guess he's going to go g3, f4. Is that the idea?
I think eventually, but I'm just not overly impressed with this setup for Noterbeck. Wesley's just so active here, and he's got no weaknesses. And even if you play f4, Levy, he's going to be like, okay, he takes f4. Thank you for the dark squares in the center.
Yeah.
Ooh, careful now.
I thought that blundered a fork for half a second.
I did as well.
So what, f4 now looks very good.
I think you have
might be a horrible move. I don't know, but I cannot see a more natural look. What?
F3.
That the baby version of f4? What does that do? What is the point of f3?
Slow rolling it. Now he might be trying to go g3 and f4, but even if he makes all of those moves, Black just plays e takes f4 and meets g takes f4 with f5. So yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled. Maybe he wants to move his queen into f2 into position and then play f4. Yeah, I think that's it. Wait, is there knight takes c2? No, there isn't.
I have been looking at that move for so long. Why isn't there knight c2?
I think it's actually an instructive line. Okay, let's bring up an analysis board really fast. Knight c2, queen d3. If I'm looking at this correctly, White has knight e3.
Oh, and
the
rook d1.
Rooks are disjointed, and more importantly, you take on d8 with check. And then you take f8 and take f2. But
I was trying to make them work, but yeah.
So Noterbeck continuing to slow roll things with rook a to d1. But okay, position equal.
He's trying to slow roll the king of slow rolls.
Yeah, I don't know about that. f5. Wesley's like, you're not going to play f4? You're not going to eat the apple? Gimme.
Wesley heard me say he's the king of slow rolls. He's like, oh yeah, f5. Immediately rips open the center.
Now, very risky positionally because you're creating a weakness on e5. And now I'm starting to like Noterbeck's position. I really don't know about f5.
Knight d1, knight c3. I mean, White's position looks like Karpov would beat every chess master of his day and age with this position with White.
Oh, totally. And bishop g6 runs into knight g4. You could lose that e5 pawn in a heartbeat.
I can't tell if Wesley was just repositioning his head or shaking it. He kind of like wobbled a tiny bit. That was my first sign of emotion in about 40 minutes of action here. And I don't think he's that thrilled.
And the only sign of emotion we're probably going to get for the rest of the match.
Yep. It's not... Okay, he takes on f5, Noterbeck. Wow.
So I think
he wants decision.
He wants rook e4. He's obviously just playing against this massive weakness on e5.
Yeah, it's a very strange isolated pawn. We very rarely see this, just a e5 pawn completely isolated, not a queen's pawn. White blockades it. White can put every single one of his pieces to attack it, but can he win it is the question.
That's the big question, and that's where the principle of two weaknesses originates, because Wesley, when necessary, can drop his knight back to c6 and say, hey, you finished the architectural beautification of your position, but how are you actually going to make progress, as you said?
Yes, I like that. What did you? The artificial beautification. Wow.
I don't know
yeah,
where that came from. Architectural beautification, but artificial would be a better word there.
It looks amazing. Position looks super good. Problem is that's not how games work. Are you drinking is that a LaCroix?
I'm double fisting. I've got a coconut LaCroix and a pomegranate green tea, artificially flavored beverage.
What if you mix them?
Ooh, I'm a big guy. I add sparkling water to everything.
Yeah, apple juice, sparkling water.
Sparkling water makes everything better.
It really does. Like this chess match,
Yeah.
Both these guys. Where's Nojabek's king jug, by the way? Remember when he was used to be drinking out of a full jug? Today he's got just the boss glass.
Best enjoyed with a LaCroix. And by the way, the scenario we described has unfolded. Wesley has dropped his knight back to c6 and moved his queen up to g6. You can't take on e5 because after the queen trade, you drop the knight. Where to from here?
Don't know. H4? H5? White resigns?
H4, H5. Yeah, queen takes H5, knight F6. I don't care.
No. I was saying H4, H5, and white resigns.
Oh, H4, H5 wins the knight. Oh, that's crazy.
It's like the second you try to play. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, by the way, is this the first ever game in history where one guy has all his pawns on light squares and the other guy has all his pawns on dark squares?
That's a crazy observation. And now that you mentioned that, I can't take my eyes off of it. And probably chat's the same way.
No, they just heard you say double fisting and they don't know what that means.
Oh,
so
they're still not over that. Doesn't it mean two hot dogs?
Yeah.
Like eating two.
It means to eat things that it's It means something normal. But you said fist, and
get your head out of the gutter this early in the morning.
Yeah, it's a little too early for that. The different kind of double fisting going on, and it involves putting. I cannot finish that sentence. I'm gonna just
don't dig yourself into a hole. Chat's in a dangerous place right now.
I wonder who's gonna break this deadlock of having pawns completely on opposite complexes.
Yeah, and
is this I was gonna say, is it even breakable?
I don't think it is. And to that point, Levy, I'm sure you've seen your share of games where the player who's quote unquote on the better side gets frustrated and overpresses. And Wesley has won a ton of games like that as well.
Yes. I'm frequently on the other side of a game like this. I'm not on Wesley's side. C3. Okay, it's been broken. Go. And you can't take on B3.
Nope. Yeah, the seal has been broken. I think you have to go back to C6. And now, of course, you don't have access to the D4 square. But conversely, White now has to deal with another weakness on D3, which Black can attack by shifting his rook to D8.
And if there is one man on earth to be very opportunistic with the targeting a weakness, it's Wesley.
Yeah, he sniffs those out a mile away. Okay, G6.
Visually, this position looks spectacular for White. Like, it literally cannot get any better.
Maybe you can play H4 just to complete the, king side squeeze. But literally,
Karpov would play H4.
He would, but where to from there? I feel like I run into this all the time. You make all the improving moves. You're supposed to have a win, and you just don't. Like, where is the breakthrough?
Can you play King G1, King F2, King E2, King D2, King C2, King B2, and then just play G4 and attack?
That's like the Petrosian idea. I love it. I think you should try it. There's literally nothing to lose. Get your king to the queen side and go G4.
Oh my gosh. Or just at least put the king
He's doing it.
Oh!
He's doing it.
No way.
He called it. I think he's going king F1. He's just double checking to make sure that he doesn't cross any danger zones.
Oh,
this is such a satisfying moment for you.
Oh my God,
Levy.
Gosh.
Black might have had knight D4 check there in the middle. But anyway.
Yeah, I was a bit worried. There was always some B5 or some sacrifice. Oh my gosh, he's actually going to walk his king and maybe play G4.
He's doing it, and he's not afraid of Wesley playing B5 because Wesley cannot divert a single piece from their defense of the E5 pawn. That's why it's so bad to have a weakness like this. And this
This is my most accomplished moment as a chess commentator ever.
No, this is so instructive.
Oh my gosh. Oh my. Hi guys, you're gonna put this on your TikTok channel or whatever. Gotham Chess on everything except Levy Rosman on TikTok. You can follow me there. Oh my gosh, I'm done, man. This is my peak. This is never getting better than this. But now Nodjabek has to win, dude.
He recommended.
He's got to win though. If he doesn't win this game after that king walk, this match is over.
Oh, it totally is, and I think he is winning. He's going to go h5, and
93.
With the king now just away from the king side, you finally don't have to worry about the drawbacks of a move like h5. There he goes. Rook f8, still not over.
Yo, how about rook f5?
Oh my god, you're on an absolute roll right now. Holy smokes, rook f5?
I don't know if it's a good move or not. I would have played rook f. Oh god.
I think it was a good move. He goes rook e3, so he instead switches back to attacking the e5 pawn. So where's the win? Okay, Wesley goes queen f6. He's trying to trade queens with queen f2.
Is there h6?
King takes h6, g5, and rook h4. Oh my god.
But you're right. It's like the two weakness concept. The weaknesses now are e5, which has been a weakness the whole game, and now the king. Black's king is a weakness, just entirely.
White threatens just h takes g6 and rook h2. Wesley desperately trying to whip up counterplay. It's not over. Noterbeck has 40 seconds. Queen a1 is in the mix. Rook h8. He blundered it. Oh, he allowed the rook to sneak into the h file, and now rook h1 is going to be super dangerous.
How did he miss that? How did he miss that?
Rook h3. That almost traps the queen. Oh,
rook f. Oh my god, he's just giving up e5 completely. It's insane.
He's giving up e5, but the idea, I think, is to meet rook e1 with rook f2 check. That's actually a prophylactic move. And now it's a 3-result game again.
Yeah, knight e5, rook h1, right?
Oh my god, rook e1, rook f2.
That's just winning. I think it's just winning for black.
Holy smokes, white could get mated after all. Noterbeck down to 8 seconds.
No, Noterbeck, don't throw after getting such a... Oh, God.
Yeah, Wesley trading queens. I think there's still winning chances for white here. Maybe not many, but there are.
King G... E5 is just hanging, right? That's the problem.
I think Noterbeck is going to win this game, actually.
You do?
Yep. I'm going to make a prediction of my own.
Wesley's in a time scramble, right? So... Okay.
It's just that, I mean, Noterbeck's up a pawn. Rook e7 is a threat.
Rook h7,
if Wesley pulls out the draw here, that would be crazy. But he might.
Rook h...
I thought so too. Maybe rook h1, rook b1. But Wesley taking the more passive approach.
Uh-oh. Oh, but the king's going to... Couldn't the king have gone to c4? This also... d4. Nice move.
It's just with black's king cut off like that, I feel like the rook is tasked with too many defensive jobs at once.
Yep. King walks around.
D5.
D5 has to be winning. And then rook e6 is a threat. Looks like Noterbeck's going to get on the board.
That's it. Wesley flags, but what a game for Noterbeck. It wasn't entirely smooth at the end, but Levy, the idea of marching the king to the queen side and playing g4, I'd be proud to find that in a classical game. He found that in 3 seconds. But he also had the great Levy Rosman on his side.
Yeah. Oh, and I get now he gets to go to break on that huge win. That's a massive confidence boost for both myself and for Noterbeck. The man whose last name is so powerful it breaks the screen barriers. Big comeback win, and it almost got away from him. It's very important he won that game to go into our first break, just a point behind Wesley. It's match on now.
It most certainly is. It's only a 1-point match, and you called it. Nothing would have been more frustrating than carrying out an effort that incredible, only to ruin it at the end. He could have got a big fat 0 on the scoreboard, but instead, he keeps his composure. He wins a critical game, and the match score is 1.5, 2.5. Folks, we will take our first break of this SCC match. You are watching the SCC doubleheader, the first match of the day between Wesley and Noterbeck. We will be back with more SCC action on the other side of this short break.
Any move can be the last you make. In a war of the mind, you must adapt to change. Every mistake made, an opportunity to strike.
Check.
And when the ashes settle, only one will be crowned the victor.
Checkmate.
Victory. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. The score in the first match of our doubleheader between Wesley and Noterbeck is 2.5, 1.5 in Wesley's favor. It's been a pleasure commentating the match so far alongside the one and only Gotham Chess. Levy, we've gotten all we can eat. A frustrating last game for Wesley, but I just have to say the quality of chess this season in the SCC has been incredible, and this match has been no exception thus far.
Yeah, it hasn't been an exception at all. It's been a theoretical discussion, a lot of very interesting E4, E5 kind of games, concepts, middle game plans, and ideas. And it's very important Noterbeck got a win there before the break. I mean, I really just can't stress it enough. There was a legitimate chance we were looking there that he might lose that game even, just get swindled somehow, get frustrated. But credit to him for keeping his nerves and not just even holding when the position spun out of control, but honestly winning with relative ease. You called it. So 1-game match, kind of a new match, if you will. He's finally on the board, and he's looking to put that 12% smarter chess prediction to shame.
He is indeed, and the next game has begun, and just like that, it got aborted. So I don't know what all of that is about. I was about to get super excited. We might see another Berlin. I mean,
yeah, that was strange.
A little bit.
What happened there?
Maybe they're preventing Noterbeck from playing e5. You are allowed to play any move except e5.
I know.
It's like those
kind of
team matches. Let's try again.
E4. Yeah, well. You think they're going to play e4, e5 even in the bullet?
I think so, because Wesley used to be a lot more versatile in his blitz games. But I think in the last couple of months, he's basically been playing e4 exclusively. Just like anytime control, he just sticks to his guns.
Yeah, he makes him a very annoying opponent. So we had bishop a7 last. Okay, this time we have knight h7 preemptively.
Oh, careful now. After knight f1, d4 already is a threat.
Yeah,
definitely looked this up during the break.
I can't even tell. I'm forgetting who's white and who's black. Nodjabek is playing black because he just played white. F5.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
A little Tabasco sauce added to the king side there. Now the common reaction is e takes f5 and strike at the center with d4. And he does.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I got to predict a move here and there.
Man, black's position looks so airy.
That's actually the word that I was thinking about as well. It's just so loose, and there's so many weak diagonals. But I guess he wants to get away with it. Maybe bring the knight back to f6. Whoa, knight e4.
This game is a perfect example of static versus dynamic play. Like, black is weak everywhere. Weak king, bad central presence, bad pieces technically. Mm-hmm. But he just kind of like has a lot of open lines, obscure pressure on various squares, pieces, and somehow isn't just dead lost. Like, somehow it just doesn't make any sense. But that's life.
It's life. It's modern chess for you. And what's interesting is that it's actually not that easy to stop the knight from jumping into c2. I guess you can play rook c1, but then I think Noterbeck wants to push c6 and start, pushing white's pieces away from their dominant post. And Wesley, a classy move there. Bishop back to a4. Not fearing knight d3.
I fear knight d3 on his behalf.
Exactly. King h8.
Honestly. Wow.
Get the king out of the line of fire of white's bishop.
Was knight d3 just like not a problem at all?
I guess just rook e2.
Is there some like
exchange sack?
Yeah. Exactly.
Completing each other's sandwiches again.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think there's enough there. But man, okay, rook e2.
Damn girl. I think rook takes f3, knight g5 deserves consideration.
Was there any merit to playing bishop d3 just to force the rook to go to d2, or is white actually happy with a rook on d2? Anyway, we're past that point.
Well, I think white is, it might be relevant because rook takes f3 is still in the equation in some of these positions. I tend to agree with you, though. I don't think black gets quite enough compensation. And Noterbeck wants to err on the side of playing more solidly. So maybe a move like queen f6 is what the doctor ordered here.
Right, exactly. There's no need to play rook takes f3. If you're down 3 games and it's bullet, maybe you play rook takes f3. There you go, queen f6.
So I guess takes, and knight h4, knight f5 is an idea. But that knight on d5 is a beast, and suddenly, Levy, we're kind of singing a different tune. Black's pieces are now better placed than their counterparts. How did that happen?
It's weird because white's pieces are all on the correct squares, maybe except the rook on e2. I don't know what it's doing. It should go back to e1 ASAP. Mm-hmm. But the white pieces just don't do anything. They're like on the right squares, but they're not doing anything. The black pieces are all on the wrong squares. But now with that, they're all doing something. Which, does that even mean they're on the right squares? They're not on the wrong squares anymore? I don't know, man. It's too early for riddles. But Wesley's trying to do something with the pieces that he's got, right? The hand that he's dealt. He dealt it
Yeah,
himself, I guess.
knight e4 is such an easy move to just kind of glance over and say, he's attacking the queen. But it's so easy to go wrong here with black. Queen f7, there was knight f3 to h4, and you cannot afford to give away your light squared bishop here. But wait a second. We've got some fireworks. Knight takes e3.
Oh, was fe3 a possibility? Wow, rook e3 just allows the bishop on b6 to kind of stay strong, but maybe fe3 was too weakening.
I think he's throwing all his eggs in the knight h4 basket. Okay, well, never mind. Now, that's a big decision by Noterberg giving up the light squares.
That's a crazy decision. Oh my gosh.
That was his idea, using the pressure on f2.
Knight g5, queen takes f2 is the idea there. Nice
So,
idea.
Bishop takes b7. I guess he just goes rook b8 and then takes on f3 and takes on d4. And he's definitely solved all of his problems.
So I guess Wesley had to play rook takes e4 instead of bishop takes.
And to meet knight g5 with...
Just knight takes g5 maybe. And just attack on the light squares faster than black could attack on the dark squares.
Great point. And you couldn't have taken an f2 there because of the check on h5. But in any case...
Wow. Yeah, we said that whole sequence without we said that whole thing in our heads without even like showing it to the audience. All right, guys, you had to be there, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of an inside joke sort of situation.
Yes. This is a problem. Wesley doesn't like his position, and this is Wesley's. Look at the time.
Yeah, this is what Noterberg has to try to do. He's up 2 whole minutes on the clock.
That's 120 seconds.
It is. It's 60 seconds less than 180 seconds. I was trying to find something snappy to say, but I couldn't figure out another way to say like 2 minutes.
That's all right. That's all right. It's all good.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's a crazy move, man. Not just because the eval bar plummeted. Why'd he go there and not the c2?
Well, because he wants the c2 square for his queen. Wesley's idea is to meet knight f3, rook f3, queen takes d4 with queen c2, but Noterberg strikes on d4 immediately. And that's what Wesley missed. What a move. What a move. Am I allowed to say sexy? Okay, I just did.
You could say whatever. What do you think? What are they going to do? Fire you? Do they know who you are? Come on. Nobody can do math as fast as you. Bishop takes d4. Amazing move. Amazing
Analysis. Move. Yeah. Wow.
Danya, this is the thing. When you spend like 50 to 60% of your time on a move, it's going to be a bad move. It's just somehow, It's just what happens. He completely missed the forest for the trees. And yeah, I mean, he just blunders the tactic with f2 stuff now. And Noterberg is right back in this match.
He most certainly is. I think he can just snap off the pawn on b2. I don't think he should fear queen c2. Just really, really quickly for those watching at home, knight takes d4, queen takes f2, and black picks up the rook. And most importantly, if queen takes d4, then black takes on f3. That's a check, folks. And the queen loses its support. Noterberg just goes a4, cold-blooded. And Wesley trying to muddy the waters as much as he can. Oh my God, Levy. A, B, H, G, and bishop takes f2, I think, ends the game.
Oh.
Goodbye. I'll see you later.
Yep. Queen takes b2 on the... Nope, not yet.
On the board. There we go.
There we go. Yeah. Nice.
Okay, queen a1, queen d3. Last-ditch attempt by Wesley. At the very least, you could go g6 in that position and drag the queen back to g7.
Yes, but I wonder if there's like rook takes f3. But no, it's not. It's not. Oh, dude, can you play like queen a1, queen b1?
I'm thinking about that, and then ba. It's definitely winning for black. It's got to be winning for black.
No, he's not going to do it.
He's going to go g6.
Yeah, g6 is smart. Queen back to g7. You know what they say? Queen on g7, never mate, or something like that. That's knight on f8, never mate. Queen on g7, never mate. Just go g6, Noterberg. Come on, boss. It's right there.
Maybe g6, knight h4 is giving him some fits.
Queen.
But just queen e5, queen takes g5. Once the king gets g7, it's totally winning. He takes on f3. Wow.
So well, you might as well. You might as well. He could just play g6 now. Or queen e5 and then g6.
Yeah, because queen e5, f4, there's a check on e1. He does go g6.
This is still a bit scary. It's definitely a bit scary.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's
No,
it.
but queen e5, goodbye.
Queen e5 and queen takes g5. You could do anything you want.
I guess it's not totally over. Maybe it's good to just go queen g7 and play solid here.
Wesley will go f4, I think.
Absolutely. And Noterbek going for mate. Rook e8, I think he wants.
Yeah, he queen d4?
King g8.
Oh, there's no bishop a2. I forgot there was a pawn in the way.
Pawn on b3, exactly.
Oops. Yeah, this is rook e8 and
Queen d4 check.
Okay, against Wesley, it really sometimes feels like it's never over.
These guys, they never die. I think Wesley should try bishop takes g6 and force Noterbek to display the mate. But queen e2 and rook e3 is clinical. It's surgical, and he's got mate and 2 on h3.
Nice.
Beautiful.
And it's a tied match.
Unbelievable. Honestly, Noterbek just made a 2-point comeback. That was super impressive right there.
It was really impressive. And it might be too early to start calling storylines, but I got to tell you, it's been a story of two matches just drastically. So just right off the bat, it looked like 88%, 12% was generous to Noterbek. Like after those first two games, it was like, Wesley's just going to run him over. But then Wesley forced the draw. And then Noterbek just played a brilliant fourth game. And I would even argue that fifth game was equally, if not more impressive.
No, it was incredibly impressive. He exploited Wesley's blunder perfectly. But even more importantly, that was some super impressive opening preparation. King h8 and f5, an idea that I will admit I was very skeptical about. Positionally, looks dubious. But Noterbek clearly looked it up during the break. He consulted some of his opening files. And to go for that line against Wesley is not easy. And then to follow up as accurately as he did is equally impressive. Okay, so we have a fundamentally different path that they're taking here with d4 on the board early. What do you make of this?
Yes, it's totally different. I mean, Noterbek has played king h1, g4. He's definitely not going to be doing it this time. We don't see any of the a5, a4 stuff. Noterbek trying to prove a point in this position down the middle. And I don't know what's next for white. Like, do you take on d6 and take on e5?
I never know what to do in these types of positions.
Well, in that case, maybe we just don't say anything and let them make a move.
I think so. I think the problem, Levy, if you take on e5, is actually maybe f takes e5 and black gets that f file pressure. On the other hand, I agree that d6 becomes a very tender spot that white can easily attack. I think Noterbek just basically says, I've got a slightly more pleasant position with no risk.
But no b3. Yeah, b3. I really like these positions for white. I don't like black's knight on b6, but I don't play this with either color. Wow. f5. Both guys taking a page out of the other's book, playing f5. It's amazing.
Two can play at that game, says Wesley. Now, the kind of obvious drawback is that white has knight g5, but I guess then black can drag the queen up to f6 and protect the bishop.
That's exactly right.
There are some juicy scenarios that you want to avoid. If we could bring up an analysis board after knight g5, bishop d7 would be an example of the kind of nonchalant move that's very easy to fall into. And before you know it, a b6, queen c4 check, and knight f7 picks up the exchange. So I think knight g5 is a testing move, but black is probably spoiled for choice. Queen f6.
Yes, and
I
think it's a little too early in the match for some catastrophic blunders to be made. I think they still have plenty of time to kind of see through everything, but no, but anything is possible, of course.
Totally, yeah. I mean, knight g5 very tactical move. I think Noterbek is thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't like it. I suddenly take back what I said. f5 will make me question a lot of things.
Yeah, it's a super complicated. You know, I actually think white should probably just go d takes e5 and just snap off a pawn. That is a free pawn. Well, free in quotes.
DE, what is the idea exactly?
That's what I can't quite put my finger on.
It's fe4, queen d6, and maybe like queen e8. But then
wait. After d e f e, you can't really go queen d6 though, right? Because then I can take the knight on f3.
I forgot about that. So yeah, so FE, DE, FE, Queen E4, Bishop D5 is probably just very nice for black too, right?
Yeah, because then you can snap that knight off on F3, ruin white's kingside structure. I'm not convinced that that resulting position is as clear-cut as it may seem, because white has the deep file, white has the bishop on an open board. But this is, I think, what Noterbeck is calculating. He's down 2 minutes on the clock. And change.
There's a huge time disparity. Wow.
Jeez, got to make a move, Noterbeck. And he goes C4. What a cold move.
Well,
Just
nothing is ever going to D5 in black's position now. So
ever. Yeah. Not in a million years.
What do you do here with black? You play like F something. You take on E4. Do you play F4?
Yeah, it's hard to say because F4, Bishop D2, and if you drop the anchor of the pawn chain, then that's going to be a problem. FE and Bishop F5 comes to mind, almost traps the queen, but the queen does have this H4 square, which is protected by the knight. And in that endgame, Levy, I think black might be slightly worse because of that pawn on D6 being major weakness. You don't want that if you're Wesley. Well, I would imagine. Queen Wesley's E4. Like, what was that, Daniel?
Oh, E4.
Okay, so that forces a queen trade.
He's trying to use the momentum to sort of be like, I'm not worse, blah, 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 blah. I'm not worse. You know, I got like my pawn on E4. I'm going to push my pawns forward. I'm not worse. D5. But I don't know if I believe it.
I would have seriously contemplated just C5 and B4. Noterbeck kind of keeping the tension. I mean, definitely white is not risking. I think white is ultra solid here. But I don't see Wesley losing this either. He is ultra solid as well. Which basically means draw. Ooh, we got MVL in chat.
Hi, Maxime. Who's your World Cup favorite?
Who's my World Cup favorite?
Yeah, for me,
I
it's
like
France.
Croatia.
What?
Sorry, Maxime.
What's Croatia? A bunch of old geezers, bro. France is like a super fun team, talented, fast.
Agreed. Yes, but you can root for more than one team. I mean, okay.
No, you can't. It's the World Cup, boss. What do you mean? You got to root for a garbage team like US, and you got to root for a team that has a chance, like France.
Unfortunately, I made these big plans to wake up and watch TV in bed when the US was playing. Oh my gosh, who did they lose to? The Netherlands. And I woke up with 7 minutes left in the match. So
you didn't have to wake up for that match. I mean, yeah, can I just say something now that I have like an audience, by the way? Anish Giri talking trash about the Netherlands beating the United States is the equivalent of making fun of a 6-year-old for getting beat up by an 8th grader.
Oh, that's totally true. Totally true.
I mean, and I'm not sure Anish has kicked or thrown a ball in his life. All right. So who, you know what I'm saying? You know what? Anish is so nice in person, but so mean online. All right.
He just set off a Twitter firestorm.
Actually, he's so mean online. He's so nice. We met him in Toronto. He's so nice. Why is he making fun of the United States for losing to the Netherlands? Anyway, here we got United States versus Uzbekistan. All right. We got another World Cup matchup here. Anyway.
No,
I just have to get that off my chest. I have to get that off my chest. Just so mad. Anyway, French team is great. Brazil's great. Croatia's great. Everybody's great. Chad is great. MVL is great.
Fantastic.
Great.
Levy's great.
Not Anish, though. You got me mad. You got me very upset.
So in the meantime, I think Noterbeck is making some progress. Not on the clock, but on the board. He's massaging Wesley's kind of weak central pawn complex. Maybe CD, rook C1. Okay.
Very tough to get back into this commentary after my little rant, but it's all right. We're going to do our best.
Well, they've got an opposite colored bishop endgame, I think.
So any merit here to the bishop being better than the knight? Like if you play knight takes d5, bishop's better than knights?
I would be scared. Here? I would be scared of going for that, actually, because then the knight might land on e6 before you know it. Here, at least, white keeps a cushion. And Wesley had to prevent the move knight f5. I don't know. I think this is heading for a draw. But given Noterbeck's clock, anything can happen.
Wait, why did Wesley... I thought b5 there by black made. But
Now he plays it.
okay. Yeah, I don't know. Wesley's getting away from playing Wesley moves. Every time I think of a Wesley move, he doesn't play it now.
It's almost, I would go so far as to say he's beginning to outplay Noterbeck from this endgame. The logistical problem is that you can never move the bishop because of rook e5.
Yep.
And of course, knight d7 fails to knight takes d5 and knight b6. Which is easy to miss, by the way.
I'm waiting for white to try to crack at the center with f3, but it's just never possible. Like looking at different ways. Knight d1, knight c3, rook e1, f3. Just go for it. But
okay, king back to d7. d6, kind of a bunch of pawn play. Now the king side has dried up. And white was almost in Zugzwang.
Shuffle, king e6, king d6. No, game's still going.
Wesley's playing for a win, like, without question at this point. I think he's going to go rook a3, try to trade a pair of rooks, and surround white's weak queenside pawns. Knight a4, maybe.
Yeah, Wesley's going to go to town here.
This is exactly what he wants. No risk position, better end game, and he can make a zillion improving moves when and if he wants to make them. Oh, what a move. What a move.
He just realizes that the pawn is going to die.
Oh, and look at the patience to go knight b6. He's trying to prevent white's rook from infiltrating.
Knight a4.
I would take on b4. I think he should take his chance here.
Yeah, he's going to allow knight d5 and rook c7, but such is life.
Yeah, and then I would not play king e6 because of a rook c6 check. Maybe king e8 is actually the best way. I know it's passive, but that might be the most efficient move.
That move looks impossible to play. King e8, wow. Amazing move. Just to avoid getting... Yeah, and he does it.
But the bishop comes out to e5. White is very active. The issue is that the rook is going to move away, and black is just going to dash the b-pawn forward.
But not like that, because now the pawn struggles to move.
Yeah, how are you going to get it to b3?
I thought there might have been some... Oh, there you go. That's how he's going to get it.
No, now it's over. Oh. Rook c1.
Yeah, Nojerbek's just not fast enough. He's behind by a move.
And king f6, there was a very important check on c6 first. To knock the king away.
Nojerbek can't believe it. I'm not sure we can fully believe it. I mean, Wesley just totally outplayed him there with black. It was amazing.
And it wasn't like there was an easily identifiable blunder. Noterbeck was making normal moves, and in the blink of an eye, he's just lost. Knight f6 or h1, anything is winning.
Shouldn't have gotten paired against Wesley, you know?
No, it is just a brutal round of 16 matchup. And now just sit back and watch his technique.
I was going to say, brutal round of 16. Speaking of, we had MVL versus Nepo, and that was round 1. Like, that's a final in like 99 tournaments out of 100. And that was a round 1 matchup. All right.
That's like Djokovic Nadal in the round of 128 in Wimbledon or whatever.
Yeah, they're just playing in the qualifiers. They just traveled to the event to get into the tournament. All right, the e4, e5 masterclass continues. This time we have knight c3. We haven't seen this yet. Normally you don't see this ever, really. But it's trendy now. The knight can go to d5 or a4.
It's actually super trendy. I mean, and at some point this was just relegated to, you know, beginner games, basically. This is what you play when you're just learning chess, right? Just develop your pieces like that. But now all the top guys are doing it. And knight d5 is one of the main ideas here for white, to put early pressure on black's center. Well, not anymore, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Another super early approach by attacking in the center, d4.
I don't know about this, though. Okay, Noterbeck just trades on d4. Wait, that I also don't really like. Now I feel like white's clearly going to have the edge.
Yeah, this just looks like a really bad Philidor defense, no?
I guess Noterbeck is just saying that he lacks weaknesses and he's going to go bishop e6. And he's very, very solid, but this is not what you want to have against Wesley. Like, the worst kind of position to have against Wesley.
Does white go back to b3 here, or does white play rook e1?
I think you go rook e1, maybe a4.
Does white play f4, and rook d3 and rook g3 and checkmate? Wow.
Ooh.
If you gave me 10 moves, I wouldn't have played bishop e2.
Yeah, he's kind of leaving the bishop on e6 in the dust. I actually think he's seriously flirting with the idea of f4.
Yeah, I think so too. He's basically going to argue that the bishop is bad on e6 and it can be a target. Maybe even bishop f3 after that. You don't even have to attack, just...
For sure. For sure.
F4.
But I think it all starts with f4.
There it is.
He goes for it. No, you're right. Bishop f3 might be the main idea here, especially if black's bishop reroutes to c6, which I think Noterbeck is likely to do.
It's a combination of being attacked on the king side with also just space in the center and the pressure on the queen side kind of like being the main course of action, even though it looks like white should just checkmate on the king side. a6, wow.
Yeah, Noterbeck kind of sleepwalked into this position. That early trade on d4 kind of just handed white the long-term advantage, and now Wesley just feels so comfortable here. But again, he still needs to make progress. He's got the nice pawns, the nice pieces, but where's the breakthrough going to be?
Yo, I kind of want to play g5. Like,
Hear that right?
At some point. I mean, at some point, it might be a good idea because you undermine the e5 square and then you can play knight d7, knight e5, and then just have the best knight of all time.
No, that's a totally legitimate idea. And I've even seen it when the king castles. I guess if you play g5, white's going to keep the tension with queen d2. I know you didn't say immediately.
No, I meant immediately. I just didn't think queen d2. I just thought, I'll figure it out, g5. It's probably a horrible move right now, but it probably loses merit after c6. You can never play g5 now because now d6 will hang all the time. So
yeah, and that would involve bringing the bishop back to c8, and then you'd have a hard time going knight d7. So Wesley continues to improve his position, but he's not really making any concrete progress in the last couple of moves. Noterbeck, on the other hand, Levy, is perhaps preparing to start pushing his own queenside pawns, and that could get very dicey for white.
Yeah, it could. White did everything. Now sort of struggling to find the next step of the position. Does white play g4 ever? G4, rook g2?
I would seriously consider it. And at that point, you just have to start calculating g4, b5, rook g2, c5. Wesley making a very Wesley move.
He puts
the king
happy here. He puts the king on the same diagonal as the black queen and the weak f4 pawn. It's just insane. I would never play that. Wow.
And here goes Noterbeck with his queenside pawns. He might go a5. He might go c5.
He might also just do nothing. I mean, he could. Yeah, you could just say, well, if I need it, the threat is more valuable than the execution, right? So if I need to play a5, c5, and all this stuff, I will. But yeah, like bishop c8. Maybe.
You're exactly right. He keeps this in reserve. He might be preparing c5 and bishop e7, exerting pressure on the e4 pawn.
Fascinating game. Just watching these guys. It's like a high-level boxing match. Speaking of, 3 days. Some people will be boxing.
I will be pegged to the screen.
By the way, can I play g5 now? No. What am I doing? Queen g3.
You really want to see this move on the board, don't you?
I really do, but no. c5. He's playing the right way. He's playing chess the right way, the way it should be.
Now, e5 here at least has to be calculated. e5 might be a way to liquidate and get a relatively risk-free position for white. I feel like that's up Wesley's alley if he can make it work calculationally.
There's no way. That's not a word.
Calculationally?
There's no way that calculationally is. Come on. I'm Googling this. Here I actually got the browser. You can't get away with it.
I think it's one of those things where it is going to be a word. Like, I think it's obscure, but it is a word. And by your silence, I take it is a word.
Oh my God. That's not a word, man.
By means of calculation, Wiktionary.
That's so ridiculous. That sounds like a made up word.
Calculationally. It does sound weird when you say it a bunch of times.
I look back at the screen. It looks like black's position just scattered all over the place. D6, B4. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, calculationally, I think black is doing okay here.
Yeah, my instincts were incorrect there. Just
yeah.
See, this is why I just Your subscriber count on YouTube should count, not your SAT number. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just that's just my English SAT section did not go well. All right.
Neither did mine for that matter, and neither is Black's position after e5, I think, which Noterbeck might have just allowed. Oh, bishop f3. There's e takes f6.
Yeah.
Double attack.
Double attack indeed.
Wait, what does Black do? Because you also... Wait, can you take on e5, actually? Holy smokes.
Rook d8, queen d8, bishop b7. There's e takes f4.
Queen d3, though, at the end of that line.
Queen d3?
Okay, that's worth showing. If we could bring him an analysis board. D takes e5 is what we're discussing. Now, we might still get this, because the line doesn't even end there. E takes f4. Looks like Black wins. But queen g3 to d3. And apparently, Levy, I'm shocked that the eval bar isn't reflecting the fact that white is up a piece. You want to know why?
Is this like queen b8, queen c7?
Knight g4 check? Oh my god. And the idea is to deflect the white knight off of f2 so that you can take the queen and take the rook. And if hg, then Black has this vision, so queen h4. Holy cannoli.
That's gross.
Just absurd. Knight f6 to g4, only move that doesn't lose.
Wow. Well, if you follow the philosophy of always look for checks, it's the only check. So maybe he will find it, but he only has 40 seconds. And
unbelievable.
Let me say something right now. You do not feel good seeing e5 on the board.
No, and if you don't play d takes e5, if you can't make that work, then your position is just starting to crumble. F5, bishop g4, lots of attacking moves, and he goes for it. Did he see knight g4?
I mean, you have to, right? If you go through this sequence of moves. Or did he miss queen d3?
That's the big question. Now, it could be both. He could have missed queen d3, but with 20 seconds, is he going to see knight g4 in time? It's a beautiful move.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think he sees it. But you never know. It's Noterbeck. He missed it.
I missed knight g4.
How could he miss this obvious move?
But yeah, I guess he just missed the sequence of moves where all the pieces are defended. Oh no.
Queen f3 is a pivotal move. Without that move, Black would have won the piece back, and now it's over. White is just up a full minor. Knight d3. Whatever you want to do here is winning.
Yeah, two seconds on the clock, and there's just nothing. King is just too weak. Yeah. Was there? No, there wasn't.
Just queen c8, go for mate. Queen f7.
Queen, listen, queen and bishop versus queen is a draw, but bishop and 4 pawns, like queen d5 probably just wins for white.
Or queen g8 check, I thought he should have played first.
Oh yeah, he missed that. He completely missed that.
But what is Black even threatening? I guess he wants a4. Nah, come on.
There's nothing here, yeah.
Just don't allow the perpet.
Shocking that there's no mate, but you can just play queen g6 and maybe even h4.
I wonder if Wesley's kind of milking the clock a little bit. He's just enjoying himself. The result of the game is not in question. And Levy, that's a great feeling. When you know you're going to win, you just have zero doubts, and you're just kind of enjoying yourself.
Yeah, he's going to take on... Maybe, he's going to give another check. Take with check. Noterbeck's going to resign. And story of winning streaks. 2 for Wesley, 2 for Noterbeck, now 2 for Wesley again. And this will be the final game, in all likelihood, of this segment.
Given how prolonged the games have been, very much so. And this is a pivotal game for Noterbeck. I mean, can he do what he just did the first time? Can he curb the lead? With a win, Wesley jumps out to a 3-point lead. And I actually think the change in time control favors him. I mean, Wesley in 3+1 is just a force to be reckoned with.
By the way, this time the bishop went out to g5 and h4, which is a line that's extremely provocative. Whoa. Mm-hmm. Is that normally what they do?
I think so. And it's actually the reason why Black doesn't rush with the move d6, I think. That's how it was taught to me, at least.
Oh, so interesting.
I guess the role of Tempe is diminished in a position like this because of how solid black is. He can afford to make 2 moves with the same piece.
Yeah, I just thought that they play bishop c5 and then play like g5. And again, we're sort of in this spot where, I mean, it's different to be down 4.5 to 2.5 versus 2.5 to half or 2-0. Like when you just need to get on the board. Yeah, Nodjibek's got to relax here for a second. This is another game, like 3 games in a row that they're just trying to blow up the center with an early d4.
Exactly. Now, bishop takes c6 and d takes e5. Black, of course, will take the pawn on e4. I have a feeling that Wesley is still in his analysis here somehow.
Judging from his absolutely lackadaisical approach and just various behaviors, I would say that's quite, it's quite likely.
You know what a obscure pet peeve of mine is? Sorry to cut you off. I actually want to compliment you. You said correctly lackadaisical. Most people say lackadaisical, which is actually wrong. There's no S there.
Do people say that? I would just slap them.
And I regularly slap them. But they're pretty lackadaisical in their pronunciation.
Well, I can see the headline already. And, serial slapper goes around Charlotte just hitting people for mispronouncing words.
Exactly.
Serial slapper. I mean,
all right.
I don't know.
Another trade on d4. We have the identical structure to the previous game. How do you like that?
I'm confused why we're repeating it, but such is life. I mean, seems like we'll be seeing e4, e5 quite a lot. And I'm all for it.
Now, the bishop has a big decision as to where it goes back. Noterbek taking the conservative approach, just making sure e4 is overprotected. But I think Wesley's fine here in the endgame. A little boring.
a4. All right.
Is there g5, knight h5. Just go for the bishop pair. I would go for the bishop pair.
I don't see what's wrong with it.
Yeah,
I mean,
the bishop on f6.
Yeah, but traditionally there's a queen on d1, so this is not possible. But queens are gone.
I know the eval bar doesn't reflect this, but I actually think Noterbek's a4 move was really careless. I think this gives Wesley kind of carte blanche in a position like this. 2 bishops, a bishop on f6, pressuring b2. White definitely needs to be on the careful side here.
Bishop to e6 now.
Okay.
And I don't know. Maybe Wesley's just not rushing taking on g3. He's not exactly sure. Because white can play like hg, maybe f4. And I mean, at this rate, there's a chance this game isn't the last game. They might just swap off some pieces. And
no, they totally might. There might be some liquidation here.
Yep.
And after bishop f6, I agree. Knight takes e6 and c3. Now, there's still some meat on the bone. And Noterbek actually refrains from taking on e6. He likes his knight.
Yeah, he
likes
does.
his knight.
Interesting question. After bishop takes d4, the light squared bishop and rook endgame for whomst was that better? For whomst?
Who's the one uncorking the SAT words today?
I don't know, but I really want to play rook a5. It's just like, looks so stupid. Rook a5, knight b3, I guess, probably.
Oh, and then rook takes d6, forking the bishops.
I can't do that just yet. I really wanted to play rook a5.
So he goes rook a d8. He makes sure that the pawn on d6 is going to be protected in the event that the light squared bishop moves. And now the position is starting to spice up a little bit.
Yeah, there's f4. As expected.
Yeah, kind of a cat and mouse game. Neither side really willing to take too many risks. But one gets the sense that eventually the center is likely to just blast open.
But how? This is the question.
Yeah. Well, black's not going to go c5, I would imagine. Although that's not out of the question. c5 and bishop c6 at some point. Of course, that gives up the b5 square.
Oh, bishop g4.
Interesting move, preventing rook f to d1.
What about bishop d1, dude? And I want to try to get my knight to f5?
I was thinking that too. Maybe he was worried the e4 pawn would be weak at the end of the line. He doubles on the f-file. The first threat of the game, Levy, f takes g5. I feel like this is the first thing Black has had to address all game long.
And in shocking fashion, Wesley sees the one-move threat and has parried it.
Crazy to think about that.
You know, bishop d1, there could be some bishop takes d4. And like all of a sudden, Black is just going to trade off the pieces into a better rook endgame. I'm not saying right now, but
yeah,
I'm just saying.
Because e4 is such a problem for White in this position. Huh. So how is Noterbeck going to continue improving? He's made all of the obvious moves. Is he just going to tread water and go back to d2, basically offer a draw? I think he is, and he does.
Yeah, rook d2. We might get a game. What game? 7? 8. 8.
Yeah,
8.
I think it is likely, and it depends on Wesley's mindset. Wesley probably does have a way to mix things up here, but with a 2-point lead in the Black pieces, I think he'd be happy to get another game in.
Wait, that would be 9 games. This is game 8, right? I can't add. They've played 7 games.
They've played 7 games. Yeah, 4.5, 2.5 does add up to 7, I believe.
Yeah, I was like 4.5. My brain did some wild stuff. I was like 4.5 plus 2.5. That's 7. So they've played 6 games, and that would mean that the next game would be. I was like 6. That was cool. That was cool. It was good. That's why I'm commentating, and
we'll leave the mathematical calculations to the.
I got a statistics degree. We don't know how to do arithmetic. We just t values and all this garbage. Statistically significant and all this stuff.
Oh God, that brings back memories. And the rook once again moves into d1. Bishop back to e7, I suppose. Oh, finally. Wait, e5 and f5. Doesn't that win a piece?
Yeah, I was gonna say e5 f5. What?
Oh, there's bishop c5 check.
Oh, but there, I mean, it's still b4. Can you play b4 here with White and just play f5 next month?
He plays f5 immediately. Wesley's going to drop back to c8 and try to surround these 2 pawns. But they're definitely more of a strength than a weakness.
Yeah, no, this is not good. There's no way. What do you think about like king h2, g4, king g3, something like that? I'm trying to figure out like where does White's king want to go?
I think g3 is a solid square. You got to be a little careful about like bishop e3, bishop f4 there.
Yeah.
I would also consider the move b4 to chase the Black bishop back to f8.
Yes, very much so.
But
wow,
he takes the Rosman approach, and is he actually going to follow up with king g3?
Wait, but h5 is a free pawn, right? Can't you play f6 here and force the Black king like to move?
h6. That's a double-edged sword, though. You could end up losing a bunch of your pawns in the center.
Oh my God. There was like some insane line. Okay, we can't look at it.
Was it with bishop e3, bishop f4?
No, it was like king g3, like forced like f6, king h6, king g3, h4, and then you can play like knight h4 takes g5 mate.
Oh my God. That actually was a beautiful detail. Maybe we can show that after the game. But for now, we've got a lot more action here. Bishop d6 check. I think Black is in trouble after king h3. Because
this is nuts.
You're not getting to the king if it sits on g4 because the knight protects the h4 square. There is no fear to be had here for White.
The White king's on h3, like, come and get me, bro. Do something. Exactly. The bishop on c8. Bishop on c8 is never going to move, by the way, ever. Like b5, a5, or b5, a, b5, and Black loses. It's just never going to move.
Which is ultimately killer. This is probably going to be the last game of the 5-minute segment. I don't see Wesley losing this in the next 30 seconds.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Meaning he would lose fast enough for there to be enough time to start another game. And we have another situation like right before the last break. Nojerbeck pressing. He's got to win this one.
Yeah. This is very reminiscent of that game where he brought his king all the way around and look at the pressure that he's applying on the queen side. He's gotten his pawn to b5. He's trying to provoke c5, Levy. Then the knight will come back and you will lose the d5 pawn. And kind of with that, the game.
Absolutely. Black has nothing. Which is literally nothing. He has to block his own bishops. Those are the saddest bishops ever.
They really are. Rook bishops on c7 and c8. And Noterbeck just keeps dialing up the pressure, finding ways to tighten the screws.
And if Wesley ever puts the rooks on the D file, white plays rook h1, black resigns immediately. And look at this. He's going to seize. He's seizing control of the H file.
And he's provoked C5.
Can you play rook h2?
I think that might have been possible. He takes the more straightforward approach. Wesley driving his pawn down to C4. But now look at that D4 square.
Oh my God, I think rook h2 was incredible. It was definitely winning.
Yeah, I agree. No, I think that was the way. But now you take and go bishop e4. It's over.
Bishop e4, yeah, that's it. Wow.
That's game. Bishop takes d5, bishop takes c4, bang, bang, bang. Bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Okay, rook h2. There it is. Infiltration.
Wait a second.
I thought there was e7, but okay.
I thought bishop takes c6 and f5 maybe.
Can you go like knight
to stay in the game?
Knight d2. I really want to go knight d2, but bishop's alive. Wait a minute.
That was premature, and he's got 1 second. Oh, he blunders a4.
Bishop e8 somehow. I don't know.
Oh my God, the king has almost made it, and now he's gonna win e7.
Oh, knight g5. Knight g5.
Wait, why couldn't he have taken because of f6? Rook h2. Rook h2.
Oh no.
Is Wesley gonna save this? King takes f5 as possible.
Bishop 8. He's going to take on f6.
And Noterbek's going to go king f7.
What is happening?
Noterbek might lose.
King e6. What is happening?
Wait, he pre-moved. He pre-moved.
Why did he pre-move?
There's a 1 second increment, Wesley.
What was that?
Oh my God, what did we just see?
Noterbek waves off the game as if that was the worst thing I've just ever done in my life, but he gets the win. That is so important. Why did Wesley pre-move bishop takes e8?
He had 2.4 seconds, which in the context of a time scramble is kind of an eternity. That was just a total mental lapse. And oh my goodness, what a comeback effort by Wesley, but it just not quite enough. Levy, what did we just see?
I feel like we were just literally spouting out moves that they were not playing. Also, our moves were wrong. Like, that was completely nuts. So up and down roller coaster for the last 10 or 15 moves of that game. I feel like twice now we've seen games like that where Noterbek just hangs on for dear life, and he's gotten 2 out of 2. So credit to him in those games.
And that's how he needs to try to play. He needs to try to steer these games into time scrambles. Relatively speaking, that's still the area that Wesley finds himself least comfortable in. But the score is 3.5, 4.5. The 5-minute segment is concluded, folks. And before we go on a short break and start out our 60 minutes of 3+1, a reminder that registration is open for the spring 2023 season of the Collegiate Chess League. If you are a university student and want to represent your school in the best online chess league for college students, sign up now. Do not miss your shot to make history in the biggest CCL season to date. Type !CCL, !CCL in the chat for more. Registration closes on January 13th, so don't procrastinate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for yet another barn burner. The match between Wesley and Noterbek is heating up, and we'll be back with 60 minutes of 3+1 action on the other side of this short break.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
A storm is brewing.
Dmitry on Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it. Oh, he allowed a draw.
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second.
1 second.
Move.
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 mate. You
can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. GM Daniel Naroditsky. I am Levy Rosman, chopping it up for you today. We've got a lovely doubleheader. This is the first match between Wesley So and Noterbek Abdusattorov. 90 minutes of the match have passed. And Levy, it has been back and forth, back and forth. Wesley currently leads by a point. We could not ask for more entertainment in these 90 minutes.
No, we couldn't have. And we've had so many plot twists and momentum shifts and sporadic bursts of genius and madness. And it's everything you can ask for when you get two very, very high quality players. I don't believe that the anticipated scoreline, according to the statistics, was a one-game match. But as a spectator, as a commentator, you can't ask for much more.
And nothing brings me more satisfaction than to say Smarter Chess was wrong. So Wesley definitely with the upper hand in the majority of the match. But Noterbek had his incredible moments, including that last game where Noterbek somehow pulled out the win due to a bad pre-move. Let's take a look at their Chess.com Blitz insights before we jump into the 3+1. Of course, the thing that jumps out at me, Levy, is Wesley's average accuracy. He is known even among super GMs as essentially a machine, and you can see that reflected here.
89% is pretty wild, especially over 1,800 games. You could argue that Noterbek has obviously played more, and therefore his accuracy is lower. You could also make the case Noterbek was a young guy on this account, right? Like he's played maybe games on this account when he was not as good as he currently is. So there's a lot of different ways you can play around with numbers, and you know what they say: 5 out of every 4 statistical points might be incorrect anyway. So I like to see that Noterbek is taking the fight to Wesley in this match in a variety of different ways, and he has taken advantage of some of Wesley's mistakes, and those could be in time scrambles, as we just saw. Those could be just over optimistic play. That's sort of what I would say. Like Wesley hasn't been blown off the board in too many games. He's got a little over optimistic, especially last game, and a lack of caution caused them to get overwhelmed by Noterbek. So what do you think is going to happen as we remove 2 minutes of clock time from the players? Why is Wesley's time at 2:40?
Is he playing a Bon Cloud? Is he channeling Jan Krzysztof Duda? He's literally spent 20 seconds on the first move. And he was at his desk. I think he was like flat out deciding what to play.
Really? Wow. So Wesley just... That's so interesting. Because you would think he's the happier of the two, right?
No, totally. I'm just can't get over the fact that he played 1 E3. I think that's the first time Wesley's ever made that move.
Yo, can you just very quickly just go back before Noterbek's last move? I don't know if we can, or we're just following the game. Wasn't this the game on Drake and Wesley? And like they played a game in the CGC finals, and I'm pretty sure Wesley took on D4 and just got a really good caro with black.
No, I agree. And this time Noterbek allows white to take on C5 and get kind of a really good Queen's Gambit accepted.
I'm so perplexed. What is happening?
I feel like Wesley's slightly better here already.
I don't think Noterbek was expecting E3.
Something tells me he wasn't. Now, E3 C5 is kind of an interesting response. The move that I've kind of informally played is just E3 E5 and go for a reverse exchange French.
Uh-huh. E3, E5.
But
Interesting.
I kind of get his choice.
But
Okay,
then
bishop
C4.
D3.
Then C4 and you have some English. And
Exactly.
you have to be okay playing that English. You know, if that's not your repertoire, you don't want a 4 knights English, then good luck.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the King's Indian setup is also very good against D3. Anyways, here we have kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted structure. No question that White has a pull. White has the better placed bishops. These bishops are incredibly imposing. But look at Noterbeck, B5. And Levy, I think he wants to follow up with a well-timed A5 and just liquidate the queen side and make a draw.
I mean, what more can you ask for? A completely effortless draw in like 15, 20 moves with black. Sorry, I just toggled to Twitter real quick, and Chess was trending for a second. It said Chess 14,000 tweets. I was like, wow. And then you ever do that? You ever click something trending on Twitter and it's just like you just have no idea why it's trending? That's sort of what happened. By the way, Bishop takes F3. Oh my.
Forcing White to take back with a pawn. Otherwise, he would drop the bishop on D3. And Noterbeck has the draw in his pocket. Bishop takes B4. Okay, bishop takes B5. And sign piece 3.
This was a weird game, man. This was I don't know what happened here. Just like a pass back game, basically. I'm not sure Wesley's going to play this again.
No, something tells me he's going to switch back to E4. Now, this game isn't entirely over. Rook A5. That might be the clinical way to do it, skewering the bishops and forcing bishop takes F6. Now it's over. And I think a draw for his forthcoming.
Do you play bishop F6, rook B5, or do you play bishop F6, GF6?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that. Well, there's our answer. Riveting endgame.
Yes.
Absolutely riveting.
This
Wesley
is
offers a draw.
Wow. What an odd game.
Yeah, I felt like Wesley was slightly better out of the opening. Maybe he had a better chance, but he never really got his foot onto the gas pedal.
Whoa, a Petrov.
Okay. A little
Do you
variety.
remember there was a trend like a few years back on the internet, and it kept going viral, like stuff. But it was a vulgar word, as I can't say it, but it was like stuff blank says. Do you remember that? Like there was no, you don't remember that? Chat, am I going crazy? You guys remember that? There was like viral videos that were coming out, like stuff chess commentators say, like things chess players say, things athletes
I understand it vaguely. Like I've seen those types of memes.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I feel like chess commentary, or things Super GM say. Whoa, Petrov! We had our first opening change in an hour and a half.
And they're following the game. Levy, Nihal Sarin Wesley So against Nihal Sarin from game 1 of their CGC finals. They had this position on the board.
Yes,
which is pretty nutty.
And so did Wesley and Neiman, right?
So did Wesley and Neiman. Yeah, good one.
That was the game. Like Nihal and Giri followed their game. I don't remember exactly how it went because that's how it works. But I think it was bishop F4, knight C7.
And then at some point, Nihal played F6.
Yes, but Nihal played it slightly incorrectly, I think.
I'm pretty sure they're still following the games. There's a bunch of games in the database. Knight F5 has been played here. That seems to be an interesting attempt. Rook E2 is the kind of conventional method. You just double on the only open file. Oh, no, B3. That's what Wesley played. So Noterbeck is playing what Wesley did against Nihal. The colors are reversed.
Yeah, and then was it bishop E5? No, bishop D2 back. Okay.
I think bishop E5 was the move in that game.
I also think.
In any case.
But all the pieces are so clustered together.
Yeah, and he goes rook E2. Preparing to double on the E file. It always seems to me like black is a little bit uncomfortable in these positions. I don't know. It just feels like black doesn't quite have the mobility. Levy and the knight can jump into E5 at a moment's notice. White has C4. In a blitz game, I'm not sure about this choice from a practical standpoint.
I completely agree with you. I mean, dude, it doesn't matter. White always seems to have the pressure here. Bullet, blitz, rapid, classical.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys have a way of also making it not really matter. Like my understanding of this position is very limited, but I can say like, oh, maybe knight g7, knight f5 looks good, but it's like completely not the right idea. I mean, maybe you got to do something completely different. I would much prefer to have white here.
No, totally. And I think Wesley might just be going bishop g7, queen c7, and if he can get all of the rooks off the board, then he draws, but give yourself a little more knight g7 on the board. What was that about it being the wrong idea?
I never know if I should be happy or if the player playing my suggestion should be, unhappy. But yeah, but dude, I mean, I think you and I are on the same page about this. This looks so much easier to play with white.
It totally is, although Wesley has done a great job of keeping a time advantage. Now, knight takes f7 does not work. Black recaptures with the knight, and the other knight defends the rook, but Noterbeck continuing to massage the weaknesses in Black's position. I like the move queen f3.
Yeah.
Maybe h4 and knight e4 should be considered, or does Black bite f more than he can show?
Does that work? Wow. No, he chooses rook e6.
God, knight f7 almost works.
Yeah, it's like a miracle it doesn't. Trying to play like bishop h6. Trying to play like...
Yeah, you want one of those moves. I like bishop h6.
I just try to...
might play it.
Put some pressure.
A move. Wild idea there.
Is there knight f1 and g4 stuff and then just come back to g3?
Yeah, I think that's one of his ideas. And he's just making some lift. But look at Wesley just playing confidently, playing quickly. And Noterbeck's got to watch his clock here.
Oh, knight d3. I was thinking bishop c1, bishop a3, but it's a lot easier to move other people's pieces. I did not know what to...
It almost still feels a little bit uncomfortable for Black. Like, White's pieces are just a little bit more compact in the center.
And Black has this weird knight on g7, and the bishop on f6 is loose. Knight c5, wow. Totally switching up the pace here. We're going to the queen side now, bishop g5. I feel like there's two guys playing a high-level game, and I have no clue what's going on.
Yeah, it's the individual moves can be hard to understand. I think bishop takes g5. There's a trap. He's going to go knight takes g5, winning on the spot. That was a vicious idea by Wesley.
Queen d1.
And now I think he can take and go queen f6 if he wants to make a draw. But he might actually want more than that.
Yeah, knight f1 back. Is Wesley overextending, or is he doing the right thing, though?
It's hard to say, because the drawback of h4, I think this is what you're implying, is that you're giving the g4 square for White's knight.
Looks like they're just going to draw this one as well. But Black is way more active here.
Yeah, maybe it's worth trying something like knight e4, going after the c3 pawn. Whoa! He just sacks h4. He says, come take me.
I feel like I haven't understood a single move of this game. Yes, c4, and now if anybody's playing for anything, I feel like White's playing for something now. No, don't hang a fork.
Do not hang a fork. Wesley gives up h4. Wait a second. Knight g4 is a very nasty idea here. Although maybe it doesn't threaten anything.
Okay, queen d8. Queen a5.
Knight e2. He moves his king away.
I hate that move.
Evalbar hated that move.
I hate it, but I don't... Oh, is the knight endgame just winning?
I think Black's just creating a passer. I think White's way too slow. He's got to go c5. No, that's not going to cut it.
Knight d5. I mean, c d5 looks very natural.
And b5 and a4. Now, White wants to stop the pawn from c2. b4 first, and then a4 on the next move.
Oh, wow. Does that work? I don't know.
I don't know if it does.
King f4?
No, I think Noterbeck's close to saving this.
Oh, he had to play knight b1.
Oh, because now he's going to go b2.
He had to play knight b1. Yeah, wait.
Great call. And now it's just winning. b1 queen, and the knight escapes via a3.
Noterbeck can't believe it. He just allowed the knight to go back to c3. Now he's just losing. Oh my gosh.
Still a little bit of accuracy required by Wesley. Not totally over, but okay, now it is. Now he's in Zugzwang. Wait.
What? Oh,
I
can
would
he?
just
Oh,
H6.
should he? He had to play H6 before the king got back to G7, I think.
Wait, Wesley's choosing a super convoluted method. I would just go around to H6 and then sack on F5.
Yes, yeah. There it is.
Beautiful. Oh my God. That was a hard game to commentate.
Yeah, that was a weird game. The whole Blitz section's been a bit strange. All right,
It
now
really
we have
has.
we have a Sicilian and
Whoa.
a sideline, like a King's Indian attack style reverse Grunfeld kind of a thing. I don't even know what is going on here. This guy's a Grunfeld structure.
Wait. The move here is Wesley recommends this in his course. Queen E1 is very dangerous for black. Or at least I think it is.
I'm captivated by this game. I gotta drink my apple mango, a little yogurt here.
I don't know about what Wesley's doing. It's hard to say if he's still in his preparation. Now, from a positional standpoint, the knight on d4 is obviously a very strong piece, but black has a lot of activity in his own right. Rook e8, bishop h3 can create light square weaknesses on the king side. At least visually looks like black is doing totally fine here.
Yeah, black is great. Everything is developed. H3 is a very funny move.
That is spicy. And if you take on h3, you lose the bishop on e7. And at the end, after knight g4, white is queen h4.
Yes, and there is no checkmate. Very sad way to go out.
So that means you have to move your bishop.
I actually like white's position quite a bit. I mean, what happens if you play c3 and then just build around the isolated pawn? Also, can't white play like, I was thinking like f4, g4, f5, but he doesn't have to do any of that. Nodjerbek's the guy that has to win.
Yeah, Noterbek has to create counterplay down the e-file. He has to play a well-timed knight e4, maybe even now. He drops his bishop back to g6 first, solidifying his control of the e4 square. But I agree, this is once again up Wesley's alley. He's gotten the kind of position he wants.
Rook d1. Okay, bishop e4.
Hey, I'm trading the bishop.
What do you think about f3 here with white? Is that move insane?
I mean, the timing of that was absolutely impeccable.
Thanks, Wesley. There you go. It seems crazy to play that move, but...
Remember in the CGC when I would call you Wesley, like on the regular?
I know. I mean, thank you. You know what I mean?
I do.
That was very, very nice of you.
I couldn't help it. It was natural.
The more time that goes by, the more I begin to more and more kind of my confidence in white's position here is growing. I really like the trading of the pieces, and maybe rook e1 at some point, and d5 is going to be under pressure. But I could be severely overestimating white's position, and Stockfish is sitting there like, you're very stupid. But I really like it. I mean, bishop f2 and just, okay, rook e1, chill.
But a point you made earlier is that the computer doesn't incorporate the trend of the game. Who have the last 5-10 moves favored? Who's the one making progress? And that, in many cases, especially in a blitz game, is just as important as who is better right now in isolation. And it's clear to me that white is the one. The trend of the game definitely favors white. But can Wesley actually convert something specific out of this beautiful knight on d4? And he's bringing it to f4. Interesting idea.
It's amazing that his king is going to be the one taking back on f2, and yet it's completely fine.
Yeah, because of that pawn on f3, holding down black's minor pieces.
And then white's bishop will come around, or even h4, bishop h3. I love this. This is like Wesley's in his element right now. He could just waterfall here in the 3+1 segment.
No, you just get that sense he's in buzzsaw mode, and black's clock continues to dwindle. Noterbek down to 56 seconds. And there goes the centralization of the queen.
This is a completely worse nightmare position to have against Wesley. So, like, it does not get any worse than this.
Although
Right?
I love the move Bishop C2.
It's a
And I
nice
think
move for
Noterbeck's
sure.
done a good job thus far.
Is the bishop going to E6?
I think you might have to. I think the more immediate question is the knight going to F4, or is Wesley going to delay that move because he doesn't want to trade heavy pieces?
Okay, bishop D7.
Wesley just to go knight F4.
Wesley just very slowly, methodically improving his position.
It's honestly mesmerizing to watch how he does it.
Bishop F1, there it is. Yep, very well timed. Bishop F1.
Rook C4.
Yep, prevents Rook C4. We were always gonna. That move was always happening. He just decides to play it at the exact right moment.
Exactly.
G4 at some point for white. G4, G5.
You got to watch out for knight to E4 check intercepting the queen, but definitely an idea that's on the horizon. 29 seconds now for Noterbeck. The eval bar hasn't changed at all, but it feels like the position continues to get worse for black. It just feels that way.
Yes, it does.
And now it is getting worse.
Yeah, at some point he's just going to crack. I mean, there's only so much of this you can take.
Rook E5 is possible, but not that effective. He goes back to D1.
Yeah, Wesley loves just these kind of like easy moves. It's not going to do anything.
I would consider C4.
If I'm black, I'm going to
continues
consider
to improve.
Wow.
If you're black, you would consider what?
I was going to say G5, but not anymore.
You love that move.
I love it, but it's fatal. What, A4, A5 by white?
A3, very not hurry. Bishop A2 he wants, I think. Wow. Wow. And C4 now? Is now the time? No, he still continues to improve.
No, he's going to make Nozierbeck get down to like 7 seconds or 6 seconds, and then he's going to... Wow, completely opposite side of the board.
He wants G5, and the reason he put his king on G2 is to prevent various shenanigans connected with Queen H2 check. This is like machine-like precision from Wesley.
Position is just completely under control. There's nothing you can do.
Black's position continues to deteriorate, but Wesley's clock is now down to 20 seconds. This is Noterbeck's best chance. Get this into a time scramble and try to make it tactical at the right moment.
C4, there it is. Oh my,
take on
man.
E8 and take on D5.
And then G5. CD G5.
Even C5 is possible.
I was going to say, yeah, I like that.
Huh.
Oh, that's a nice move. Bishop takes.
The knight stays on F4 to protect the E2 square, but Noterbeck has gotten active at the right moment.
Yeah, Wesley down to 6 seconds. This is scary stuff.
Bishop C6 is a nasty, nasty idea targeting F3.
King H. Oh, my.
Queen E2. Force the queen trade. Force the queen trade. Oh, move! Make a move!
He has the move! Oh!
It felt like he had 0 seconds. He's lagging.
Oh, my gosh.
No, he's going to flag. Oh, my God. He has 0.5 seconds. He's flagging.
Wait, what is going on?
What?
What?
Out. His internet gave out. Oh, no.
He just lost on time. He lost on time in just a clearly better endgame.
And not just after a surgical effort for the entire game to get the pawn up endgame, he flags.
I feel like he flagged like 4 times, by the way. I don't know. Is that even possible?
Yeah, he had 0 seconds for like the last 5 moves.
No, he's got a cat. He knows a thing or two about having 9 lives. I guess that was wild.
And it's not the first time, and far from the only time, that Wesley's had internet problems affecting his match. It happened against Hikaru, I think a couple of months ago. It's happened in previous SCC matches. And the closer you get down to the bullet, Levy, the more this costs you. This is a heartbreaker. You don't even make a draw.
How does Wesley not have like 1 gigabyte internet as a taxable expense?
I don't get it.
We got to set him up with that. We got to set all these guys up with that. We absolutely do. Wow.
I don't know what the situation is in Minnesota with, AT&T fiber, but if he needs an internet consultant,
AT&T,
I'm offering my services.
Google, I mean, Verizon, anything, fiber optics.
Now watch my internet go down as I'm talking about this.
No, it won't. It's good. That was tragic. Wow. That could have been a 3-game lead, and now everything is down to 1 game once again.
Yeah, that's a huge swing. And another Petrov. They're repeating the same exact line from the previous game.
Yeah, fascinating that they go for this exact thing a second time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, knight g3 again. I've kind of lost track of what they had the first time because all of these positions kind of look identical to me.
Yeah, the knight is not on a6 yet. The bishop trade hasn't occurred yet. Why is Wesley thinking?
He's also got 1 bar of connection, which really worries me.
Oh, I didn't even see that. We connect to this big, screen here, and I just have it open here. I didn't even realize that he has 1 bar of connection. That's not good.
It's up to 2 bars, but it's less than 4.
That's double.
Okay, rook e8. So he's making all of the same moves, the knight dropping back to c7 and then moving into e6 in order to plug the e-file. But this is a good choice for Noterbeck. Relatively risk-free position. And I stand by what I said earlier, Levy. I would never play this with black, personally. I would never feel comfortable to play this.
What about for 100 gifted subs?
Now you're starting to tempt my, you know how to appeal to the right, how to press the right buttons.
Not in classical, though. Maybe in some Blitz games. But yeah,
classical, 1,000 subs would make me go for this.
Man, Wesley performing construction there on his house. I was trying to figure out how to. I feel like we've seen so many backgrounds in this match too, and he's like looked backwards and maybe there's a router behind him. Like maybe his internet router's behind him. That's what he's been poking at. By the way, doesn't Wesley usually play from that desktop with like the tiny window in the bottom right hand side? Like he plays.
Yeah, that was board. One of the which is on a chair. Like that was a crazy photo that we displayed a couple of months ago there of Wesley's setup. It does feel like he plays from a different location every time. And it almost feels, the scary thing when you've got bad internet is then you never know if he's actually thinking or if his internet is down. Mm-hmm. There he goes again.
Oh. Yeah, just casually beating Noterbeck 6 games out of 11. Well, constantly being distracted by other things in his house.
But once again, I think this works out for black, because if white goes knight e5, black's going to go, I think, knight f4 and force Noterbeck to give away this relatively important bishop. And I guess not.
Yeah, and Noterbeck is happy to enter the same lines even if he loses games, because he's getting good positions. He's not really losing the games because the positions are bad.
He is. Although we often talk about this in the SCC context, when you keep repeating the same lines, you get more and more frustrated because you feel like you should be better. But if you're not actually performing on result-wise, it affects you psychologically.
All right, knight d7.
It's tempting, but queen h4, I think, is just fine for black.
Right. Nobody's going to go queen g7, h6. Okay, we do have knight d7. The bishop has been seized.
Wesley-like.
We have seized the bishop. So do you want to play h6 here with white, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, h6 looks good. Bishop f4 looks like one of those moves just to tighten the screws a little bit. And, okay, Noterbeck takes the more ambitious approach. c4. A trade on e2. Okay, knight e6. I think black is still fine.
I'm not sure that Noterbeck is going to repeat this line.
Yeah, that's the thing. Wesley's just neutralizing him here.
I can't help but feel like white has not gotten enough.
And at this point, is it a dead draw? I wouldn't say it's a dead draw. Maybe it's worth going h6 and creating the preconditions for a back rank mate.
Yes. g4 also.
Very ambitious.
I like g4.
Queen h4 is an interesting tactic here. Trying to use tactics to solve the problems, but then white goes queen e2. No, that was unpleasant.
The knight is going to live on a e6 forever.
Yeah, and Noterbeck just kind of bails out. I think this is tantamount to a draw for.
I feel like after a very bloody 5+1, it's been a very like relaxed 3+1. I can't
Extremely.
You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. I don't know what happened. Just sort of.
Yeah, the games have been super long. They've been kind of grinded out affairs, and it almost feels like neither side has had a big advantage in any of these games.
Like, yeah, despite multiple
points.
Decisive results, we've just had like some weird.
Exactly.
Okay, maybe something might happen here. I don't know.
Is there some meat on the bone?
G5, knight f4. Oh, then queen f4.
Okay, Noterbeck just trades. It's still not totally over. White can pretend that he's slightly better after queen f4. But black takes and goes king f6.
Nice queen f4 action. And... all right, losing this would take a lot of effort. So maybe somebody won't lose this.
Can just toggle between f4 and g4. And a draw for is forthcoming. Riveting position. Riveting endgame.
Tremendous game here by the boys. Oh, f5. F5 was tricky.
Spicy. Wait. No, a6. A6.
Yeah, black is okay.
Black is okay. F6 locks up the position and leads to a forced draw. Yeah, another one of those very kind of tame games. And you're right. I think Noterbeck is going to mix things up a little bit in the opening in his next couple of white games.
Okay, so now we see Wesley goes back to the e4. Noterbeck is completely fine repeating this sort of, I don't know what you would even call this.
Yeah, but the weird IQP structure. But the ball is in Noterbeck's court.
Wait, he's doing the exact same thing.
Literally. And at one point, yeah.
His position was terrible last time, no?
I'm totally puzzled. I feel like he might have an improvement in his mind that he wants to try.
He didn't let Wesley go h3.
Uh-huh. And you're saying that was very important because that preserved the bishop on g2, which is a key cog in the machine.
Yeah, last time he got hit with this h3 move, and so e7 was loose, but now he actually gets to trade it. And okay, I mean, the light squares for white are still going to be kind of weak, but what exactly is the point? What if white just moves the queen and plays f3, c3, bishop f2, and does the exact same thing?
I'm totally bemused. White is definitely better here. White is playing without risk. Just because you've gotten rid of the bishop, as you're implying, doesn't mean that white doesn't have the other advantages of the position. So some of the opening choices have been puzzling, and maybe Noterbeck has the kind of good memory effect because he did win, technically, the last game in this line. It was due to Wesley's internet, but still, maybe he kind of wants to rub it in a little bit.
h5, wow. I look back, and we have a big attack on the way.
So does white want to go h3 to meet h4 with g4, as is typical?
Yes. I don't know if you want to overcommit with white and play h4. It seems kind of crazy.
Agree. G4 square being a juicy spot for the knight. No, Wesley goes knight e2. Going around to f4.
All right. All right.
So how is black going to address the problem of knight f4? Because once the d5 pawn collapses, your whole position is liable to collapse along with it.
Thankfully, I don't have to answer this question. And this question is better reserved for Noterbeck, who continuously plays into this position and seemingly thinks he's okay.
Whoa. Stopping knight f4. Maybe that's what you had to do. But
F3?
Now f3.
Yeah.
Forcing the knight back. And bishop d4, continuing to make progress in the center. Oh, that pawn was hanging.
Apparently, it was not a good move.
Terrible move. Just because black has way too many threats suddenly. Oh my god, queen c2, d4. Oh, and b6. Oh, b6 is a huge threat. It's a double attack.
That was such a lackadaisical move, you know?
It came out of nowhere. It just felt wrong.
Yeah, he was like, aha, I'm winning your...
b6.
b6 wins the game.
He just dropped a piece. Like, on the spot right there. He has to play bishop takes b6 and try to pretend that you have 2 pawns for the piece, but his king is now in shambles as well. Now he's going to come back to c4.
That was so crazy. He just hung a piece for no reason.
A lot of strange things going on in the 3-minute segment. Levy, this match has taken a strange turn.
Yeah.
Okay, knight f5. Blundering knight takes b2? Or no, knight takes b2, rook takes e8.
Yeah, rook e8, and then you kind of survive the worst of it.
I think there must be a winning move here. Noterbek just takes and takes on b2. He says, give me that pawn. You've got 1 check on h6, and it's totally futile because of king g7.
Huh.
And there it is.
Knight h6, knight f5, and you'll just move.
Just duck back to g8 or even to f8.
Yeah, I was thinking to f8, but they're probably both completely fine. White's queen is hanging. It's not being taken because black is in check, and that would be illegal. I feel like at least 10 people in the chat were wondering why the queen was not being captured.
Free queen! Free queen!
Yes. What a weird segment. 3+1 is so weird.
I'm trying to put my finger on like what exactly has gone wrong for Wesley. That internet game was a big reason. Like that really set the tone. But he's also had a couple of games where he just hasn't managed to create anything out of promising positions, such as this game.
I know. I'm very curious to see if we're going to get a Petrov. I doubt we will. What if Nojibek just shows up next game and plays d4?
That's kind of what I want to see. I want a little change of scenery.
h4. Wow.
Wesley's still trying, but rook e8.
Yeah, just trade the rooks. I mean, it is. Let's put it this way: it's not fun to be down a piece, and I'm sure every single person in the chat has been down a piece probably today. But I gotta wake them up. They're all probably just still arguing about Johnny Depp. I looked over at the chat recently, like I don't know, 10 minutes ago they were talking about Johnny Depp, doing some chess commentary here, talking about Johnny Depp.
Yeah, I heard that through the grapevine.
Ha! Ha!
Queen h2 check, and Wesley's not laughing.
Yeah, no, he's not laughing. Queen h2.
Queen h2. What's he waiting for?
What? Does he not see it?
Queen h2 wins the queen or leads to mate. Choose your poison.
Okay, what was that? That was so strange.
I think he was like, is this too good to be true? Wesley just seems deflated after that loss. This game was uncharacteristic.
Where is Nojibek going?
I think they're going on their halftime break.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they both got up so quickly. I didn't even realize that there was a halftime break. I was like,
I can't believe we've already had 35 minutes of 3+1 action, and Noterbek has tied the match. I mean, yes, he's gotten lucky in that one game, but this was perhaps the smoothest game of the match so far.
That was incredibly smooth, but you helped a lot when your top 10 rated opponent just gives you a bishop. That was like Fischer Spassky-esque, just took the pawn in the corner, knight c4, trapped the bishop, and it's a tied match for the first time since, well, 2.5.
Yeah, that's a great comparison to Spassky Fischer. It feels like this match is up for grabs. Who can build up momentum and sustain it over the course of several games? Will Wesley's internet remain stable? Well, there's only one way to find out. We will give the players a breather, and we will take one ourselves. The match is all tied. We're having another barn burner and another match that is very likely to go down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more Speed Chess Championship action from Wesley against Noterbek on the other side of this short break.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajabov. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, White would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and White would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
A full screen view of none other than Norbek Abdusattorov, who is locked in a tied SCC match against Wesley. So he has turned this match around in the 3-minute segment. He has benefited from some shoddy internet, but all credit to Norbek. This is going to be a barn burner. We have 30 minutes left of 3+1. Livy, obviously, when we talk about Norbek, his reputation precedes him. He basically doesn't need an introduction. If you haven't heard of his name, that means you haven't been playing chess for more than a year.
Correct. And since he doesn't need an introduction, I will not be addressing anything on this player card. No, just kidding. He is the youngest world champion in any format. He became the world rapid champion, and he has an opportunity actually to kind of defend that, although it's not a match, it's an open format. That will be at the end of December this year. He will most definitely be participating. He's only ever played in the Speed Chess Championship once, and it actually was a loss to Wesley So. But today's prediction going into the match was 88% Wesley, 12% Nodjabek, and the scoreline, a friendly reminder, was 18.5, 9.5. That scoreline looks kind of absurd now because it's 6.5, 6.5. All right, so that means that Wesley is going to win the remainder of this match 12-3.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so. Don't think so. Don't think that's happening. I think Nodjabek is flipping everything completely around.
Well, as the underdog, you got to follow the famous sports advice where you basically try to shorten the game as much as possible, right? You tell Nodjabek, hey, you can have a tied match going to the bullet. He takes it. He absolutely takes it because the shorter the match, the closer you can make it, the more likelihood there is that something crazy happens. In any individual game, literally any result is possible. So Nodjabek, he's got to be feeling good right now. And Wesley's play, just something seems a little off about it in these last couple of games. A blunder here, bad internet there. He needs to bring it together.
It seems like the internet thing really knocked him off pace. I mean, losing like that was brutal. He's got to recover.
And
I mean,
it wouldn't hurt as much if he wasn't winning, if he didn't play a perfect game. There's nothing like getting robbed of a game like that.
No, it's a horrible feeling. And he might not display a lot of outward emotion, but inside he ain't happy. All right, he ain't happy. And we have I believe we have liftoff.
We do. And another Berlin. What a surprise there. Nodjabek
this is
that bishop takes c6 line.
We're back to where we started. These guys had like a little rebellious period there. Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like after the 5+1 segment, they were just like good kids, got good grades, did everything right, went to college and just partied way too hard in their freshman year, got like a 2.8 GPA. Now they're back. All right. They're back sophomore, junior year. They're back to where it all began. That segment was so weird. You kind of also got that vibe. Weird openings, flagging.
It was weird. I almost felt like it was a different match entirely. And now they're kind of back to home base. So let's see whether Wesley can have a stabilizing game. I don't think he even minds the draw. He just needs something solid to center himself again. Okay, so we're getting a lot of back and forth here. That knight moved to g5, and now it's right back on f3.
So what, we're just going to get a repetition here? No, obviously
God.
not.
No, Wesley's going for it.
No,
he's like, hey, you're going to waste a bunch of tempi. I'm better.
He's going for that bishop, knight back to e3. What, knight e3, bishop e6, d4? Something
G4.
like that? G4, yes, G4. Rebellious phase is over.
Well, that's what we all started with, that first game.
That was such a bad game, like from Nodjabek's standpoint. And Wesley just played a brilliant game. It was crazy. It was 2-0, and it was not close. And now it's 6.5, 6.5. And I think momentum is on Nodjabek's side. I'd be very curious to see, what are the live odds? Do we have those? Nodjabek better be in the 30 or the 40%. Because he was 12, and I think his highest was 18 that I saw. But I don't know if our live odds are tracking. But he's got to be at least a 30 or 40% at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Given the momentum and given the trend of the match, again, it's all about the trend. As we take a look at the nifty Smarter Chess graphic there, the current live prediction is 32%, which, given what he started with, is a pretty hefty number.
Yeah, that's nearly 3x. Of course, Smarter Chess doesn't have a variable for Wesley playing on 1-bar internet and likely very tilted, right? Like, that's not a statistical factor. So I would probably give that about 35, 40%. But when you play Wesley, Danny, as I'm sure you know, it all flips in one game. He plays one really good game, like he buckles down and just beats you, and you lose 20 of those percentage points.
No, totally. He's just so hard to get out of his comfort zone. He has this way of just steering games back into areas that he feels comfortable. And he's doing that here with a nice little Berlin, going for a structure that he knows very well. And a big question here is, which way is black in a castle? Knowing Wesley, I don't think he's going queenside, but you never know. You just never know.
Maybe he won't even castle, just king d7.
But again, Neuderberg wants f4.
Yeah, white's position looks super easy to play.
But bishop b4 is a great move, eliminating one of white's main attackers and taking the sting out of the move f4, which he plays anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what exactly are you taking the sting out of? I just didn't. I didn't. No, because bishop c3, bc3. I thought, okay, you prevent knight d4, but
No, you're
maybe
totally
I'm just
right.
too optimistic. Again, it's much easier to move other people's pieces. Do you take the knight here? Is that insane?
You can take the knight. You can technically take the bishop, although I don't think he's going to do that.
What
He
if you
does
take and just go
the
back
knight.
to knight f3?
Looks good to me. Maybe, well, again, e5, just like in the first game, you have to be very careful of the bishop sinking its teeth into d5.
Mm-hmm.
But you can just keep these pawns on e4 and f4 to restrict black's bishops. Good call. Good
Maybe
call,
long
knight f3.
castle, or is long castle too much?
Oh, I love it.
Wow.
I'm starting to like Wesley's position here, though, Levy, because g5, h5 could come really, really quickly.
Yeah, I feel like I was a little bit too optimistic about about white's position versus black's position. I think Neuderbeck and I are making the same mistake. Wow, g5. Wait, doesn't
Well, then,
what?
why does the evil bar hate that move?
Maybe you just take and you no longer have any hooks, and you can just play like what?
Oh, knight e5. And that's a
Yeah.
positional move. That's not a tactic. It forces the bishop back to e8. You're just trying to make territorial gains in the center. Most importantly, you have to prevent black from opening up the h-file. I'm still concerned for Neuderbeck's position. Whoa.
Yeah, me too.
And look at the clock. Okay, he doubles on the f-file. So knight f7 is now a positional threat.
Yep. Yeah, white's position is just amazing here.
Bishop g6. Wesley
He
does manage to pry the h-file open.
Yeah, he took so fast. And now that bishop on b4 is going to go back to d6 at some point. I mean, by the way, like all rook and pawn endgames here, white is so happy. Black structure is... Did he hang a pawn?
Did he hang a pawn? Queen takes g3. What's his idea? Queen g2. No, he's just going for the queen trade.
Wow, did he sack the pawn?
Huh. I think
He just
he
thinks
did.
that the endgame is just going to be like, again, he's so confident in black structure just being so bad that...
I mean,
Wow.
given the clock situation, I think this is a practical decision. But Wesley's basically saying, hey, even with the queens off the board, I'm still going to attack you down the h-file.
Knight g4, though.
Rook h4. You've got that passed e-pawn.
Yeah.
That could be a monster in this position.
I was going to say knight g4, maybe king g3, but... Okay, there's at least a draw there. Rook h3, rook h4. Wow, he just plays rook h1. Jeez.
He wants h3 and knight g4 and setting up the fortress.
That's so
But
ridiculous.
so does Wesley.
A rook g7 or e5.
Rook e8, maybe?
Ooh,
Huh.
well timed.
Who's better and why?
Is there like some c5 and just bring the king?
Exactly. Black might be better here. It doesn't look that way. But you called it. C5, king c6, king d5. And if you win the e7 pawn, or the e5 pawn that is, there's going to be trouble.
Okay, he's going all in, but yo, he gave away a pawn to do this.
Yeah, and I don't get why Wesley didn't go c5. I thought that was more efficient, but this is good too. King coming to e7. Neuderbeck might lose this.
I think he will.
d7, he's trying to defend everything, but here comes g4.
Oh, that's brutal. g4 is a brutal move.
Doesn't hurry with it. Knight f8. Oh, knight takes g6.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Oh my
And
god,
e7.
yeah, knight takes g6.
It's
Now the
crazy.
knight is almost trapped.
Knight. Rook f1.
Bishop f4. Oh,
Wow!
what a move! Ho, HG, and he's going to win the bishop back.
That's an insane idea. Rook f4 now.
I think white's fine.
Yeah.
It's still a double-edged position after rook h2. Very double-edged. Anybody's game.
Oh my gosh.
Noterbeck might be better after c4. Oh my god.
C4. D4? Some crazy
d4 and
D4?
rook takes c6?
Yeah, but he's just
Just
going
goes
for the
rook
G-pawn.
f6.
Yes.
Wait, taking rook b5. Rook b5? Oh my god.
Rook f5, rook b5. Yeah. You skipped a move.
Yeah, who needs rook b5? Now you can't take with the rook. He's got to move.
Oh my gosh. A4, G6. Let's go. Off to the races. Rook A6.
He's going to stop the pawn from behind, and he's going to have free winning chances here with no risk. Rook takes a4. Just play it.
Amazing. Well, he's got 1 second.
d4. Make a move.
Make a move.
Oh my god, he's literally going down to like 0.2 seconds. Oh.
Okay. Philidor position.
Now, if I was playing the match, I would milk this down. I would maybe milk down another minute, but I don't think he's going to do that. Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, it looks like he's just making... Oh!
No, he is.
Wow.
He is.
Rook b5.
Hoping for a pretty move, maybe sometimes everything happens, yes.
Okay. No. There it is. All right.
Good save by Wesley there at the end.
Very nice. That was a fun game.
Oh,
we're back to
was a
playing fun
game.
chess.
Well, we're back to playing this weird Sicilian line that they keep repeating.
Yep. This just became the thing now. Nojerbek is just playing this, and Wesley's just playing what he's playing. And Rook E8 is the well-timed idea here. So now no H3 business. Well,
are we sure about that? He's like, oh, no, you know what? I'm playing H3 earlier than you are. Playing Queen D7.
Yeah, there's no discovered attack, I guess, that works. Or maybe there is, like Bishop C5. Just allowing the attack on the queen.
Queen C3. Queen C3 forces Bishop trade, yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
Queen C3, Queen B6? Is that what he wants? I think that's what he wants. Or maybe even Knight E4.
Very, very sharp one. Super sharp game right now. Wow, Queen B6, yeah. Rook C8.
I think Knight E4 actually might be his idea. And it is. Bishop E4, you play Bishop takes D4. And then Rook takes E4, counterattacks the queen. Okay.
Rook E4, D8.
Oh, you gotta play
good.
Bishop D4. Right?
Oh, because the bishop is hanging. Right. Jeez. Yes.
Long
Bishop
match.
takes D4. Yes.
There's the
King
Desperado.
H7. I mean, listen, in my defense, Wesley hung a piece. I'm allowed to hang a piece.
Queen D3, by the way, is a move that Noterbeck might have overlooked because now you're going to be able to take the other bishop. Oh, what a move.
Yeah, Queen D3 is very nice. Very, very nice.
And you can tell Noterbeck missed that. Now he's down a pawn. King G2, maybe?
King G2, yeah, just looking for F3.
Rook G4, F3 wins the game.
This just
And-
looks... Wow.
Noterbeck just has to deviate.
No, yeah, Nojerbek has to stop playing this with black.
I get that inertia kind of carries you forward. And every time you're like, okay, I'm going to make a small improvement, and this is the time that I'm going to equalize. But he never does.
Nope.
And now it's a disaster.
No, this is a very, very bad game.
He can still try to salvage things. I think after G6, he's still alive. And so he is.
He's pawn down, Bishop D2, Rook D1, right? And
Yeah, or Rook A1.
Rook E1, Rook D1.
The worst thing is if you had chosen which pawn you want to lose. At the very least, lose the D5 pawn. Now he's down a pawn, and he runs the risk of losing that pawn in the end.
Yeah, D4 is just very well protected. Doubling up on the H file is coming for white.
Mm-hmm. Contesting the other open file. And trading a pair of rooks. And he can just play it slowly. B3, A4. Wesley loves these type of positions. I mean, who doesn't?
The thing about Wesley, though...
C4.
C4.
The thing about Wesley is what?
gonna say the thing about Wesley is he may not even necessarily just go all out, try to checkmate. He'll just slowly improve, like we've seen him do this so many times, even in this match. But now Nozierbeck knows that he has a strategy in his back pocket, which is survive as long as possible until Wesley flags because of bad internet. It's like somehow it's like a legitimate strategy.
12 minutes to go. This 3-minute section has flown by. And we've got a couple of absolutely pivotal games. Although, judging from yesterday's match, Levy, it almost doesn't matter what the score is going into the bullet, because clearly any of these players are capable of making a comeback. So, I guess I should hold my tongue. Whoa! Now, that's an interesting idea. He's banking on this massive passer on d4.
Yeah, but something tells me this shouldn't work. Yeah, queen d2 and maybe c5 or b4.
Oh, c5's pivotal.
Yeah, if the bishop was already on c5 and a pawn was on b6, this would be...
Yeah, black might actually have been even better maybe in some positions.
But yeah, it's still not over.
It's just that the d-pawn is so hard to push forward. Maybe b6. Queen a8 check, king g7, and then quickly try to push d3.
Queen a8.
No. Queen d5.
Whew.
I think it should be winning.
We'll have time for maybe one more, depending on how long this goes. But
yeah, I would guess 2 more. But you're right. If this takes another couple minutes, then the next game might be the last.
And breathe
Okay.
out.
That's a paper tiger.
A what?
And a paper tiger.
Paper tiger.
I use that expression at least once per commentary.
Paper tiger. I like that. I make my next screen name Paper Tiger.
Paper tiger. Yeah. A5 is not a paper tiger.
No. And B4 is brutal.
Now, a6 bishop g1 is a mate threat, but white always has this move g5 to create loops for the king, and it's on.
Yeah, almost, but not quite.
Still
B5?
going.
Yeah.
Still going.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the knockout? Is it queen b8 and a7?
Queen e1.
Oh,
I thought queen e1 was just winning, but that also works.
I guess queen e1 there was rook h2 maybe.
Yeah, but king g4, what? I guess the bishop can move. All right,
all you have
queen
to do is
d4,
go
f4, or that.
Now, if I'm Nozierbeck, again, I would try to milk the clock down a little bit, but I think he's just going to resign.
Or not.
Or not, yeah. He keeps it going. King e3 or king g3.
Now
he's going to resign.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
So probably the next game is the last game of the Blitz, and it's probably a must not lose game. Like a 1-point match is doable, 2-point match is doable. We've even seen a 3-game match is doable going into the bullet, but I don't think Nozierbeck is going to show up and win 4 straight games to start the bullet segment. I don't think either of them are going to, but
it honestly feels like Wesley's back to his old tricks and back to his old ways. He has fully stabilized after that brief interlude at the start of the 3-minute portion. But can Nozierbeck make something of this structure?
The rebellious breakaway.
I know.
Yes.
I mean, Nozierbeck needs to be careful. He's playing way too outlandish of an opening. I mean, a Berlin, come on, man. Got to respect the game.
I feel like we've had this structure on the board like 20 times.
No, literally every single game.
It's like a bad movie loop that you just can't snap out of. Exactly. Are the chances down to 12% again? Like how much did Nozierbeck lose for losing that game?
It's got to be higher than that. I would probably guess about 15 to 20%, but we'll get Smarter Chess to update his predictions. There we go. It's still at 28%. It's still at 28%, which is pretty generous.
It's not bad.
And speaking of generous, F5, I think, is Wesley's idea here on tap. And then King's Indian style, drive the pawn down to F4 and start attacking. What do you think about that?
I really like how that looks. Wow.
Like White has to actively figure out a way to prepare against that.
Knight D2, man, I don't know how they don't get lost in like all of these different move orders and ideas. I mean, I know that might sound naive, but there are just so many overlapping different plans. All right, castles. He doesn't go F5 after all.
Yeah, he's kind of, I think he overcooked it though. I saw no reason to delay F5. Now you're giving White a chance to complete his development. Guess what? E5 is now hanging. And before you know it, White might be the one to go F4, but not immediately because of B5 dislodging one of the knights from the other one.
Yeah, that's very funny. Wow. The knight on C4 has to go.
F4.
Yeah, Queen E1, exactly. I'm getting a deja vu of one of those first games that we saw where the pawn on A5 and A4 were both very weak after Black played B5.
I remember those good old days.
Yeah, when Nodjibek played G4. That was cool.
Yeah, all his troubles felt so far away. Bishop B4?
The way this is trending, we will get one more Blitz game.
Oh, I think so. Yeah. 6 minutes to go, and the position is opening up.
Yeah, knight back to B2. D2, sorry. And we have...
Guys, this is position complicated.
Yeah, it might still go on G3, F4. That's got to be the idea, right? No? Okay, Bishop C3. I don't understand.
A lot of poking and prodding going on here. Just kind of provoking weaknesses, dropping things back.
Draw? Nope.
No draw.
I thought maybe repetition, but okay.
But this doesn't seem too impressive for White, even after F4.
This is crazy. You just gave him the whole A file.
You gave him the A file, and Black could also bring the pawn up to C5 if he wants to cover some of these dark squares and maybe use them as infiltration squares.
This seems wild from Nodjibek to play like this, but...
Yeah, I think repeating was definitely more wise. Oh, God. Knight F3, bishop takes B3.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I was going to say just play H3, but like you're going to run out of moves like H3 soon.
Yeah, you're going to run out of moves a lot faster than Black. Black has a bunch of these helpful moves.
D4 is a trick here. He's trying to go D4.
Oh, Knight F5 check.
Yes.
So Wesley...
Can he still play D4?
You absolutely could play D4. I think that's a great call. And then White will be threatening E5. And before you know it, Black's king could get caught in the whirlwind.
If you allow Black to play C5, I'm not sure your position's any good at all. So you might have to play D4.
Agree completely. Maybe Knight B1, I thought briefly. But then after Queen E5, you're not going to get D4 in.
There it is on the board.
Good call.
We await for the blessing of the machine. I feel like that's just how we play chess now. We're like, I have an idea. And then it kind of like, boop, stabilizes.
It blessed it. Wesley has to tread very carefully. And I like Rook A1, forcing the trade of rooks.
Was there Knight B1 there? Could you have just played Knight B1?
Rook A1, Knight B1. I guess Queen B2 led to an unclear position.
Wow, this is sharp, man. Pass pawn now on D5?
Speaking of unclear.
He didn't want to trade queens, but I don't know. I felt like maybe Queen G3 was okay. Maybe G3 was better to try to play Queen F4 somehow, but... Okay.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to dislodge the queen from E5, but then the queen's going to be replaced with a knight. That's not better. Nodjibek might be losing control of the game here a little bit.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
Here comes the knight.
There's no threat at all, but it's still... Oh, boy.
Not a good sign.
Does that move do anything? Can Black just go C4? Or, I mean, you
Black
could take on
definitely
G4.
Can go C4, and he plays it. But maybe Nodjibek takes on E5. Oh, bishop takes D5. Oh, no.
Yeah, what's he done? He's just totally bungled it.
He has bungled it, and maybe repeating moves when he had the chance would have been wiser.
Oh, no.
We're going to get another game. Wesley should be winning this.
Okay. Threatening to sneak.
Queen A7. So
like
just move
Wesley's
the
in-
bishop back to F7.
Yep.
No, this is completely winning. Just
Queen C3 maybe.
Oh, that is a sick move.
Yeah, and
That's
then
a
take
dagger.
knight B1, B4. You could also just take on B3, but
Take C2. Take C2.
oh, you take C3 and then bishop takes B3.
Wait,
Whoa.
why didn't he take the pawn on C2? What was I missing?
I don't think you were missing anything. I think you just literally forgot. Yeah.
He's still winning. 140 left on the match clock in this segment. We will have 30 minutes of bullet to follow. So the match is not over.
What? Wait, what is happening in this game? What?
Okay.
Why is any of this being
pawn
allowed?
endgame, the pawn endgame might not be winning for white. No, it is. It is. King F6 and H6.
For black, not for white, I would hope.
For black. I apologize. Wait a second.
Yeah, white winning here would be.
Now this E4.
No, but you have
King
E4,
E5 and King
E3,
F4.
right? I thought you had E4, E3.
Well, E4, E3. I think basically what you should try to do here is play B4 at the right moment, such as now. Oh my God.
Wait, what?
Did he just allow a draw? Oh!
Oh my God.
Holy lands.
He was.
King D3.
King is just a draw? This is insane.
My lands. No, make a move.
Make a move,
Noterbeck's playing
Noterbeck.
for a win. He's playing for a win. Oh, Noterbeck might be winning. He's up a pawn.
This
No
is
way.
Unreal.
This will be the last game of the segment, I think.
At this rate, yes, unless we just have a repetition. Oh, good God.
Good grief. Now, who's better? White's got the passer, but Black's going to win G4. This is anybody's game.
My
lands.
Now Noterbeck's like, damn, I
Wesley-
should have.
Oh, he totally should have went for the draw.
Yeah, Noterbeck's sitting there like, what am I doing? All right, well, this will
Queen
be. the last
F1.
game. Oh, Queen F1, Queen F1.
Queen F1 is winning. Oh my God.
Gosh.
And now we
And
got
this will-
another simultaneous promotion.
Yeah, this is what.
Buckle in, folks.
I mean, Noterbeck has a very small chance of saving this game, but his king is just in the open. It's like impossible to check.
You're exactly right. It makes it almost impossible to defend in the long run. King G3 and Queen G4 check.
Yep.
Queen G4. That's it. Oh, Noterbeck. He repeat moves, man.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was so crazy. I mean, he's in disbelief. We're in disbelief, and there was repetition on the board, and he just got a bit greedy. I don't know. That was the best way to describe it, and that's heartbreaking.
That would have been a crazy save. I mean, he was so lost, but he just got over ambitious, and Wesley so kept his composure in that queen endgame. He found a couple of accurate moves, and he delivers a dagger to go up by 2 points. But a 2-point lead, it is nothing. We are set up for an epic bullet showdown. We'll have 30 minutes to decide who wins and advances to the round of 8. So don't go anywhere. Before we go on a short break, we wanted to remind you to get ready for the December 2022 State of Chess.com, coming to you live on December 21st. We have some huge news for the chess community, and the event will be followed by a community Q&A. Plus, some very special guests will be joining the show to talk about the exciting announcement and what it means for the future of chess and the chess community. Do not miss this show, December 21st, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST, right here on twitch.tv/chess. Well, don't miss the conclusion of this first of our SCC doubleheader. We'll be back with the decisive bullet segment between Wesley So and Noterbeck Abdusattorov on the other side of this break.
So I first learned about Il Cafe through my buddy Aaron. He was like, hey, me and a group of fellas meet at this cafe downtown on Sundays, and we play chess there. It'd be really cool if you could stop by and hang out with us and, just feel the vibe. And so I showed up, And it was a nice vibe. I was like, yo, Il Cafe is pretty ill. Here, man. Good to see you, bro. Don't do it.
A storm is brewing.
Dmitry on Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second,
1 second.
move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
Hey, 7 mate! You wanted
You can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning! Oh my god!
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen!
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
I apologize for that. Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship.
Were you muted that whole time?
I was muted the whole time, yeah. I was muted the whole time.
I could hear you. I could hear you.
You can
that
hear
was
me.
so
That's
weird.
the important part, right? Well, it's been a ridiculously topsy-turvy match in the first of our doubleheader between Wesley and Noterbeck. Wesley leads by 2 points after that ridiculous final game of the 3-minute segment. Folks, it's been a pleasure bringing you this match alongside International Master Levy Rosman. Levy, what haven't we seen, and what aren't we going to see in these next 30 minutes?
I don't know. I mean, we're off to a good start. I had no idea you were even muted. I was just sitting here listening to your fantastic show open, and then I realized you apologized and had to restart.
It was so smooth.
It was very good. Chat missed the show opening of a lifetime. Yeah, listen, Smarter Chess had this match at 12-6 at this point. It's 9-7. I mean, you can't really ask for much more than that if you're Neuserbeck. I mean, he was close to tying the match and even taking the lead in this match just a handful of times. But, I mean, we've got a bullet segment here on the way. And I think we're going to see some spectacular stuff.
And thus far, in situations where one side has been down 2 or 3 points, we saw this in the Aronian and Draken match. We saw this yesterday. We have had some crazy bullet comebacks, and they've often started at the very beginning. For example, Anish Giri won, I think, the first 4 bullet games. Levon Aronian did something similar. So Wesley So just has to put those matches away from his mind, and I think he's got to try to strike early. Seatbelts fastened, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Yep, here we go. We have our first completely new opening of the entire match. And, well,
Hey.
I mean, this is not easy. This is not easy. Wesley looking backwards again, getting bothered by something.
His cat has invaded the room again.
Yeah, what does Wesley have back there? Like, is he hitting his modem a few times? Like,
yeah, like, hello, wake up.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well,
now I like this endgame for Wesley. I think this is the kind of position he has to strive for in a bullet game.
Yes, I think so too. Also, they only have 30 minutes, and a game like this can take a solid 4 of them off the clock if you play it right.
Totally. We've even seen 5-minute bullet games, and with a deficit of more than 1 point, you always have to keep an eye on the clock. And Bishop G5. Bishop G5.
Yeah, Bishop G5 just looked like it was winning or close.
I guess there was Bishop B5 check.
All right, Rook somewhere. I mean, White has everything. Bishop pair, more activity, queenside majority. What doesn't
a lot
White
of
have?
time? I mean, Wesley can slow down, take his time. Noterbeck is going to try to push this pawn down to E4 and generate kingside activity, and he does.
Yeah, E4 is a very nice move. Very, very nice move.
Whoa.
Wesley
Allowing
has a
E3.
Danya, he has a weird blind spot for just allowing these massive pawn chains. He's done it twice in this match.
Yeah. It's strange. And he's borderline lost now. That rook on E2 is tied down. Look at that beast of a knight on F5. Rook H6 is an idea.
Yeah, I'm not cheering for Wesley's downfall. I'm simply cheering for more chess. And I don't want to see anybody have a 3-game deficit, which we haven't had in this match, by the way. It's actually a very close match.
Yeah, every time it seems like Wesley is about to deliver the death blow, Noterbeck has come back and put together a win. He has to convert this into a full point. Can he do it?
This looks fantastic for Black.
G3 is a great practical move, though. Great practical move.
Yeah, but Black doesn't have to go anywhere. That's the problem. He can just... I mean, the pawn endgame is always lost, right? Like, because of the pawn on E3.
I don't know. I would evaluate it more carefully. I feel like there might be drawing chances here.
Wow. They just both go directly into it. I mean, how is this not hopeless? It's got to be hopeless.
It is. A4. Black's going to go... Well, it's actually not that simple. Black plays A4, and then Levy at the end, Black can actually give away the E-pawn for the C-pawn and then shoulder White's king out of the gate. He's going to win the first game. Here we go with this again.
Wow.
Here we
I mean,
go
that was
with
just
this
so
again.
strange. That was just... And
Hello?
Wesley is like glitching all over the place and again fixing something behind him. I know.
And in
So
the bullet,
weird, man.
that's going to cost you.
That is going to cost you 3 minutes off the clock, and it's a one-game match once again. I mean, listen, this match has been Wesley trying to drop Nozirbeck deeper into the well, and Nozirbeck crawling out of it. He has never led in this match ever, but it's 9-8. I mean, it's not an 18.5 to 9.5 or whatever it was predicted.
Totally. And if you keep crawling out of it, Wesley gets more and more frustrated. And again, the match, if you're Nozirbeck, you want the match to come down to the final game. And I like his position here again. H4.
Love it. Yeah, H4, I would have played without even thinking.
Okay, bishop B6, trade. Queen B3, attacking both pawns at once.
Yes. Well, this is an amazing position for white. I mean,
D takes E5.
Yeah, I thought D just looked great. Just take the slightly better position, and I wouldn't have allowed the knight to go to F4, but.
So white's going to go rook A to D1, try to organize some pressure down the center. Here it is. Ooh, I don't know about E takes D4. That's a very committal move, giving up a lot of the center. Rook C1.
I mean, man, am I just like imagining things? This position looks just incredible for. I wouldn't have gone D5 though, but it's fine.
Yeah, D5 may be a little bit overly committal.
Just rook. Okay, H3 prevents G4, which makes sense.
But with the G file open, Wesley now has long-term prospects on the king side. He just has to solve the problem of his C pawn.
Ooh,
and
but
his D pawn.
And his B pawn, and his E pawn.
His rook on A4.
The whole center. The whole center. By the way,
Queen D5, rook D4.
Yeah. Rook D4 is going to get some key exchanges here, but you got to take with the C pawn, and then you're down 2-1 on the queen side. I don't know what.
Whoa, rook takes D4, rook C1, and rook C6 looked mighty good there. Nozirbeck kind of keeps the status quo.
Just take on D4. Like, am I missing something? I mean,
we're rook A8.
Whoa!
He blundered his queen.
Oh my gosh, he is in disbelief. I'm in disbelief. I mean, just hung B4. I mean, just rook D4 there, auto move, right? Like
total auto move. And he was the one who walked his queen to A5. He did that on his own volition, and then he nailed his own coffin with B4.
That was so wild. I mean, he just overthought it. He just overcomplicated the situation. That's a present. Games like that change matches. Like, it's so hard to bounce back.
Big miss, because he was better out of the opening. He was doing everything right. He won that game. It would have been a tie match. And now the lead is back to that pesky 2 points that Nozirbeck has had such a hard time coming back from entirely.
I know. We've had it's hard to offset your opponent having bad internet when you hang a queen. That's tough. That's tough. That's always going to be tough.
And I've been impressed with Nozirbeck's opening play. I think he's got a good position again if he goes knight F6 here. Maybe bishop G5 in response is Wesley's idea.
Bishop.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Bishop. Ooh, that is a dagger. I didn't see that one.
That's a tough move, yeah.
Rook C1.
Could be okay. Could be all right. Maybe it's not the end of the world. Computer seems to hate it, but
yeah, but there's a lot going on here. Queen C2 is a great move. Oh, that is a great move. Defend the bishop, increase the pressure on C6. Black's losing that pawn. And perhaps even the game.
And perhaps even the match. I mean, this would be the first 3-game lead. Yeah, it's so hard to bounce back after you blunder B4, rook A8.
Yup. This has to be totally winning for white. And at this point, Wesley's starting to think about milking as much clock as possible out of these games.
Maybe Wesley's lactose intolerant. Maybe he's not thinking about milk.
For some reason, I knew you were going to let that opportunity pass by.
I just can't, these milking stuff, too much milking going on. Yeah, I mean, that's a passer, and you ain't stopping it.
Now, what makes this so depressing is the total lack of counterplay. Like, white can play this for an eternity. Okay, Nozirbeck has to create the passer, and he does.
Yep, B5, he's going for it. He's done well in this match. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, how does Wesley avoid the repetition?
I don't think.
A takes B5.
Yeah, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B.
But he doesn't. He allows the draw. Oh, lands.
Am I crazy for thinking that's not a good decision? Like that
I don't
position
think it is.
But Wesley is so responsible. I feel like there are very few top players who would have made a draw there. They would have just tried to win it, like, because they know that they're winning. Wesley's like, I might be winning, but 2-game lead, 20 minutes. Good luck.
It's a reasonable decision. This is a pivotal game. Noterbeck has the white pieces. I think in bullet, the choice for Wesley to go for this Petrov line is pretty questionable. This is such an easy position to play for white, but Wesley just knows all of the ideas here. And once he goes rook e8, like, where is white's advantage?
I don't know where white's advantage is. It's a great question. They're back to this line.
New Jersey. Okay,
Yeah.
Queen f5 maybe? Goes knight f5. Still a little pull for white here.
Yeah, I really like this position for white, as always.
I would have considered knight h6 check, but okay. Knight
The
g4.
king is the one playing the defense. Yeah, wait, what? Knight h4, knight f8. I mean,
It almost looks like white knight h4. I think knight h4 won the game there.
because knight f8, bishop takes, right?
But Noterbeck is rushing. He's got over 50 seconds, and he's not spending any time in critical moments. I think he's rushing past a lot of chances that Wesley has given him this game.
He's just trying to play fast more than trying to play super accurately.
Knight back to c2. Just be careful about some knight f4 and knight e5. There's a lot of forks here. Knight f fork. Okay.
Queen goes back to e2. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm really enjoying white's position here.
Yeah, Noterbeck is still pressing. Now, dc and knight takes d4 has to be calculated here. I'm going to let Wesley do that.
Knight d3, knight e5. I mean, yeah, you...
Whoa. This cannot be right.
Knight
Knight d3? No, then knight takes c4.
Knight, no, but then queen a2, and then queen d5, queen c4 you have.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
What do you mean queen c4?
Wow!
Oh, you found it! Oh my god, queen c4 here!
That's what
How
I
did
said!
you see that? Oh my god. No, now I get it. I was like, why did that blunder's a queen? The knight's on f3
Yeah.
is pinned.
Nope. Yeah,
Oh
put that
my
in your pipe and smoke it.
God.
It's all right.
That
I'll get accused of reading the engine, even though I can't even see it. I can only see an eval bar.
No, I know you can't see the engine. I literally have it off.
Bishop b4, and that's that. Wow, that was sick. Let's go.
That was
Let's
an incredible find.
go.
I didn't even see queen a2, much less queen takes c4.
Listen. My dynamic skills 2,700. Everything else 400. It balances out. You know what I'm saying? Like everything else. Everything else,
Hey.
I'm just getting up there in the triple digits, grinding. You know, looking at my Danya speedrun, Sensei speedrun series.
Got to build up those positional skills. That was a little dose of nasty from Noterbeck. And guess what? This is not considered a good line for black after knight g3.
No, I love this line for white. I don't know how if you've played a lot of it. Rook a2, knight g3,
A
rook
ton of
f2, e4.
You always go
I
e4,
love this line.
e5, 1-0.
Yep.
Anytime people go with this with black, I'm like the happiest man on earth.
Yep. These positions, but you know, sometimes I get like a very good opponent with black, and they just defend everything. Like I've never played this against Wesley. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or Noterbeck for that matter.
But
Now, h5 very typical in such positions as an antidote to e4, so that you go h4 and you soften up that pawn. Now, white can go e4 anyway in many cases.
yes, visually this looks like stunning for bishop b2, and yeah, I mean, I just feel as though like the position never works for black. Just ever.
Yeah, somehow there's just too many like tactical shots. Rook takes f6 is actually quite common. Okay, not anymore. Wait a second, it's +5. Oh, I guess he does have rook f6 and rook c2. Oh, Labby, rook c2 ended the game on the spot.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Now- Knight takes d4.
And again, Wesley's taking his foot off the gas pedal. Knight f5?
Wow.
And I guess there's queen g4. But here comes
Oh.
the rook.
Wait. Oh, that's brutal.
Rook
Oh my
h6,
God.
queen takes h6, and the g-pawn is pinned. Oh, Noterbeck said, I'm just going to bring another rook into the game.
That's so funny. It's amazing.
How do you defend against rook h6?
Like that. I mean, that doesn't defend rook h6, but at least you don't lose a queen. Oh, queen c7 is tricky.
What is going on? But the knight on d4 is caught in the crossfire. You could end up losing a minor piece here.
I don't know
What's
what to play.
Defense?
Rook.
Rook g6, queen d4? Somehow the evil bar is still showing an advantage for black. You're going to lose the bishop on b2. Oh, this is unbelievable.
And rook g3, rook h3 or something?
Yes, and then rook h or rook g3, rook takes g3, and rook g6 check with an unstoppable attack. Oh, I thought rook takes g3 was winning. This still looks promising for black. The king is out in the open, and we're going to get a perpetual.
Oh, yeah, that's so late. No. Play for the win.
Queen
Do it
E2
for
maybe?
Fabi, who's in the chat.
King
Wait,
F3?
Oh, he's running!
No, rook g7 and e6. Rook g7 and e6.
No, this might be...
Oh, it's mate. Queen g5. But it's still not over. Queen g2 and...
Yeah, there was a
Now
free
it
pawn
is.
there, but okay, wow.
There was queen e4 forcing the queen trade. Wesley's going to win.
Whoa,
Where is he?
FE. No, not
Queen
FE. Sorry, not FE. Not FE. I'm just yelling moves.
Oh my god. This is ridiculous. I can't believe the game's still not over. Noterbeck somehow holding on. Queen b7. Queen back to c6. Queen g3. It's mate. Queen b8. Queen b8.
Queen b8, yeah. Wow.
And to e7.
Oh.
What a dagger. Noterbeck grabs his head. He's like, what do I have to do?
Did you see that? Did you see Wesley just like pump his hands out? That was that was a huge win for him.
It was like a
my
release of pent up, emotional energy right there.
I mean, listen.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, that was a very stressful game. And I mean, it looked like Nozerbek was going to strike back again. He's been so close to evening this match so many times.
Unbelievable. I was sure he was going to win. He had Wesley's king on its last legs.
And then, Wesley just king f4. Wow. Amazing job by Wesley to realize that time in particular, he should not repeat moves.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
that was like a Lamar Jackson moment, evading like 17 tacklers. And the king ended up winning the game for white.
Yeah, it just took a walk. All right, Nozerbek is going all out here.
And not in a good way.
No.
At all.
Not in a good way. No, is he just going to lose a pawn, or am I hallucinating
There's
that f4
queen
is...
d5 at the end with a fork on a8.
Uh-huh.
So actually, Noterbeck might be making this work.
Uh-oh. If it's Bughouse, let me get a knight to put on h6. Not anymore. Damn.
So is there a case... Whoa! So queen a3, queen takes e6, but Wesley just shuts the bishop down with c5.
Yeah, just c5.
And bishop back.
I like what White's got going on here. A little f5 action, never hurt anybody. Queen... Okay, I was going to say queen d1, but fine.
I'm just worried that when push comes to shove, White's king is going to end up being too weak. Oh, knight d4, there's rook takes d4 and queen takes d4.
Yeah, and queen e1 is covered by the stupid knight on g2.
Amazing defender, that knight on g2.
Yes.
Suddenly, Noterbeck has an initiative after rook e1.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. You got like a4 for white when you want it, so some queen c4 stuff. Oh my gosh.
No, rook e1 mate! Rook e1 mate!
Rook e1 is mate.
He blundered mate and won. And now he's got to dial back, and he's down in exchange. Rook e1, queen c7, 1-0.
Yeah, it's over. Oh my gosh.
No, and that was yet another howler. Rook h1. Rook h1.
Yeah. Well, bishop b... Oh, no, not bishop b2. Knight now was hanging. e1 was hanging. Okay, wow.
Oh, and this might have been the dagger. It's still only a 3-point match. There's plenty of time left on the match clock.
Well, but this is it. Like, Nozerbek has to win every game now. He has time for
perfect.
3 games, and he's got to be perfect. You know who is perfect? We had a guest in the chat recently. It was Mr. Caruana. That's a perfect man right there. So I don't know if he's still here. Maybe went about his day. But I mean, I gotta go throw some compliments back. By the way, Crazy's going back for this because he did not get a good position last time. This has been a tough match, man. Honestly, this match has just been Wesley is just that much better at the right moments. That's it.
Yeah,
that's really it.
And honestly, Wesley would be the first to admit that. I mean, his form was topsy-turvy. He had some incredibly impressive games. And by the way, we know the match isn't over, but broadly speaking, as I mentioned in the Carlsen match, it's not about how good you are when you're in good form. It's whether you can beat really serious players when you're in mediocre form. That's
Correct.
the real determinant of greatness, I think, at this level in this format. Why is Noterbeck repeating this line? I mean, this is flat out terrible for Black.
He's sort of been frozen a few times. I feel like just out of, and I listen. I've been there. I'm not gonna compare my Division 3 level chess matches in the I Am Not a GM Chess Championship against this stuff. But sometimes you just can't snap out of it. You just, because having prep that's bad, you still get 15, 20 moves quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Problem is at this level, so does the other guy, and then he gets a great position and he crushes you. So
now he's made lemonade out of lemons. I think Noterbeck is still surviving here. He just needs a good move in this position. Maybe drop back the knight to g7, try to trade some rooks. Knight f4. Yep.
Admittedly, yeah. I mean, Noterbeck's positions have been quite okay.
Suddenly, I think Black might be on the better side of this. Just don't blunder anything.
Yep.
Don't go knight h3. Oh, queen c1 doesn't quite work. e2 is protected.
No, not quite. Not quite.
I guess you have to go knight h5.
Man, Black's position still looks so loose.
e6, queen f7. The knight hangs on g3 also. What the heck is going on? No, bishop h6 and knight f5. Bishop h6 and knight f5.
I misses it.
Oh my gosh, but this is also winning. I can't believe this.
Does he have bishop? No, that's insane. King g8.
Queen g8, queen e8, still in the
queen
game.
e8. No, queen e8 and queen f7 back or something. Wait, was there queen d8 there or something?
I guess so. He just gets his knight around to e3. There's no way Noterbeck saves this with 6 seconds. Knight e3 still possible.
No.
And d5 falls, but then there's queen e1 with perpetual. Whoa. Suddenly Noterbeck back in the game again. Okay.
Knight d6, hello? Queen f4 hangs a queen, don't play that.
Progress. Thank you for the pawn, says Noterbeck. And king g6 attacking the bishop. Knight f7, knight f7.
Oh god, that also works. Oh.
Whoa. Okay, now Noterbeck really cannot afford a draw here.
No.
But a draw keeps him in the match. A loss loses immediately. I mean, with a 4-point lead, that'll be an f4. No.
Yeah, f4 looked
Knight
good
was
there,
hanging.
but...
Black now? Knight f3 check? Knight f3 check was possible.
h4? Whoa.
Okay, the knight circling around to f4.
Knight e6?
And, don't knight h5, knight h5.
Knight h5. It's over.
But you can't make blunders like this and hope to beat Wesley.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, these are howlers.
That's...
Oh my god.
That does it. That seals it.
Well, I hate to be that guy, Levy, but remember that all they have to do is get the game off in time. So there is time for 4 games.
Correct. You're right. I'm being a very bad host. As a host, I'm supposed to, the match could be 21-0 and I can say, well, there's a chance that, but.
No, I agree with you. And we know that if Wesley even so much as makes a draw or has one long game, then it's over immediately.
Correct.
But we've seen all sorts of crazy things in the SCC. Bishop g6. Oh, nice move by Noterbeck.
That was a good fight. It's a good fight. Noterbeck, he had his chances for sure.
Yeah, no, he definitely did. He had plenty of chances to tie, but ultimately those games, Levy, where he even in those games came very, very close to tying, but just didn't have that extra clutch factor. Although I think he might win this game pretty quickly. And then we'll start talking again.
I don't know about all that. That's a big claim, but
yeah, really quickly might be a bold statement here.
Rook takes g6, knight takes h4, and this is
g4. No, white is winning. White is definitely winning. Wait, why rook g4? Why not g4? Why allow the rook trade? Yeah, Noterbeck has been off today. He's had a lot of these uncharacteristic mistakes. Now his advantage has evaporated. Yeah, I think that's all she wrote.
Well, we got 6 minutes to kill. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, it's been a weird match. I have to say, it's hard to kind of put a finger on who had the momentum, what was even going on. By the way, Noterbeck might still win this game. King B7. No, he is going to win this game. I still think we should keep talking about the match. 6 minutes left in the match clock?
If he wins this match, yes. But, I mean, come on. A game takes minimum 3 minutes. He might get it within 1. But it's going to come down to Wesley just sitting there, letting his clock run out, and then...
Noterbeck is going to have to win one of the games in, like, basically a minute.
And by the way,
this one
is still
almost over. But Wesley can continue milking a ton of time off this clock. Oh, and this is going to take forever.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to take at least like 90 more seconds. But you guys shouldn't leave. We have a match right after this, by the way. So
yeah, and it will start very, very shortly after the conclusion of this one. By the way, I think Wesley might save the game. Knight G2, there's no checks.
Oh my God, Knight G2 was just holding the game.
It literally there was no.
Black
checks.
was playing for a win at that point.
Exactly.
if the Queen and Knight stayed on. Oh my gosh,
okay,
yeah. It's that spot in the match where you can't buy a game. You know what I mean? Like there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's like no matter how hard you try, and look at Wesley, clinical. He's going to build up as much time as possible and then milk another 15 seconds off the clock.
Why did he run to the edge?
No.
That was not. But Wesley could have stayed in the center. He didn't have to run to the edge of the board.
I think another 15 seconds might have actually been the difference between like a mathematical win in the match. Okay, now this is the big game. Can Noterbeck get one quickly?
By the way, I have a question.
Noterbeck get one quickly.
Why doesn't Noterbeck play like a modern? I mean, he's playing mainline QGD. I just like. You got to win in a minute, you know? What are you going to play, you know?
Yeah.
God's going to blow up the universe or whatever. Man. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. But this was much closer than we thought, but it's tough. Yeah, Noterbeck hasn't had a single game where he led the match. He tied it up multiple times, but unfortunately, pressure of Wesley just...
Listen, he had some very impressive moments. I'm still impressed by the way he handled the start of the match because we thought, again, 2-0, we thought Wesley was going to blow him out of the water. Noterbeck kind of kept his composure, had that really impressive positional game with the King March. By the way, Knight D3. And Wesley has to be really careful here.
That is a cool move, yeah.
And Noterbeck, once again, kind of in charge in this game. But
it's late. I almost said Knight F5, just hanging Queen C5. That would have been pretty cool.
Wait a second. I think Wesley's in trouble after G6. That rook could get trapped. And Levy, if he wins this game in the next minute, he has a fighting chance. I'm serious. He has a serious fighting chance.
Yeah, and he's sitting there. Look at that. He's like, he's like, what am I doing? He's taking his time.
Okay, he's winning.
But you know, no. I meant Wesley. Like you could see he's smiling. He's like, all right, I'm gonna stall it out. But I gotta tell you, if you make a very good player play badly on purpose just to like stall the clock, he might actually expedite his own demise. And he is.
He is expediting his own demise. That's it. He lost his knight, and Wesley is playing the clock rather than playing the board. He's playing terribly. He's only looking at the match clock, and he might still be able to bleed it out. Take the queen. Move. No, that was a bad move. Queen takes D8.
Oh my.
Okay. Noterbeck just needs to pre-move his way to victory, and look at how he's doing it.
Oh
my God, Levy, this is not over.
No, this is not over. This is insane. Why didn't Wesley keep the bishop on? What is Wesley doing?
Yeah, Wesley's not
just A3, A2, A1
as much as he can. But Noterbeck, every second is golden. Just made him already.
B5, just go B5, Noterbeck.
Queen D6,
Rook C7, that's it. Now,
why is Wesley moving? Oh my God, why did he move?
Dude, this is nuts. No, there's no way, though. There's no way. No, there's no way. No, 4 games in 8 minutes is too much, man. Stop it.
Okay, so 145. We need to remind you of something very important. As long as there is still time on the match clock, After the game ends, the next game begins. The problem is that Wesley is just going to build up a minute and stall it out. Noterbeck needs to pre-move his way to victory. Knight G4. Go, 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 go. Knight G4.
This is so nuts.
You just got to go for mate here. Knight G4.
I don't think we had any time to change isn't Noterbeck?
Oh, wait.
black
Oh,
here?
sorry. Noterbeck's white. Oh, Bishop G4. He fluttered his queen.
He hung his queen!
Oh, Noterbeck hung his queen. And that is all she wrote.
Oh,
what a valiant effort, though.
Yeah, that was...
No, that's it.
Wow.
Whoops.
that was, well...
Anticlimactic?
Yes, the excitement was there, the idea was good, but unfortunately the execution was faulty.
If he had conserved an extra minute, that's all he really needed. He would have had a serious fighting chance.
Yeah, but...
And this...
40 seconds will be... Noterbeck hung 2 queens in bullet, by the way.
Yep. Because he hung that queen early with...
Yeah, that was when the match almost... He could have tied the match, and that was a close game. The second game of the bullet, I think, or the third.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, he had a much better position there. If he had taken that rook on d4, I think we might be singing a different tune right now. But Wesley just wins matches. Oh, he blunders a knight in one move. Does Wesley so?
Wesley just jump out of his chair and clap his hands. He's like, what am I doing?
Okay, that's it. The match is officially over. This game will purely be cosmetic.
Wesley's unhappy.
Still
Wesley's
unhappy.
he's gonna win the match, but it's the last game syndrome. It's like when you exit the tournament on a loss, even in good shape, you're just like so mad.
Yeah, it kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And, this is not the precedent that Wesley wants to set. Because, again, if he had a closer match, somebody like MVL might not let him go, might not forgive some of these mistakes. Wesley's just going to resign. And he ends with a whimper. But he did what he had to do, Levy. That's what great players do. They do what they have to.
Yeah, that was a strong performance from Wesley, not in a display of dominance, but as you said, in a display of being clutch and being accurate and being precise just at the right moments when he had to. And he is our winner for today's match.
He is. There were a lot of really fun moments today. They went back and forth. A lot of momentum on both sides. Noterbeck had his chances. He came back several times in the match, but ultimately our final score, ladies and gentlemen, in this first match of our doubleheader is 14.5 to 12.5. Wesley So makes his way to the round of 8. We can take one quick look at the bracket before I'm going to sign it off and hand it over to our other set of hosts for our second match between Hikaru and Paravian. But we should point out that Wesley So advances to face some guy named MVL Levy, not the worst player in the world. Not the easiest match in the world.
Definitely not. He was here earlier scouting the competition. Wesley does move on to face him. On the other side of the bracket, we got a World Championship rematch. What an insane tournament. I mean, everybody here is just so good. Fabiano putting up a huge win against Eric Geisy. Mm-hmm. So really, really impressive work from everybody making it from the round of 16 to the round of 8. And Wesley's gonna have to snap out of it though. I think Wesley can't do what he did today against MVL. It ain't gonna go well.
It's not, and given MVL's performance against Jan, Wesley will have to bring his A game. But right now, David Paravian is going to have to bring his A game. Ladies and gentlemen, in 15 minutes, the second match of the doubleheader will be beginning. Hikaru Nakamura will finally make his SCC debut against the qualifier, David Paravian, a very strong grandmaster who is no walkover. So on that note, without further ado, folks, we will take a short break. Levy, always a pleasure covering these matches with you. It was early, but it was super, super fun. So thank you, everybody, for joining bright and early. Levy and our entire commentary team at Chess.com, thank you for another flawless broadcast. And on that note, we will take a short break, and then James Canty and Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang will pick it right back up with you to call the Hikaru Paravian match. Bye for now, and see you in just a couple.